皆さんこんにちは。2021年第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズが開幕いたしました。私は本日司会進行を担当させていただきます朗読家でバイリンガルフリーアナウンサーをしております青谷優子と申します。今日は最後までどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。今年は新型コロナウイルス感染拡大の予防対策といたしましてオンライン視聴のみでの開催となりました。皆様にはご不便をおかけするかと思いますけれども、どうぞご理解のほどよろしくお願いいたします。さて、開会に先立ちまして主催団体である一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事辻村直也より挨拶を申し上げます。よろしくお願いいたします。
おはようございます。主催者代表の辻村と申します。参加者の生徒の皆さん、諸先生方、そして視聴中の保護者の皆様、本日はお集まりいただき誠にありがとうございます。このコンテストは今年で3回目となりますが、今年は新型コロナウイルスの影響によりまして、こういったオンライン開催という形式となっております。今回ですね、全国から517組の生徒の皆様に応募いただいております。その中で一次予選を勝ち上がった112組の生徒さんで二次予選動画審査を行いまして、その112組の中からまた勝ち抜いたわずか20組の皆様が本日オンラインでプレゼンテーションをすると。この英語プレゼンテーションコンテストの目的は、中高生の皆様に日頃の探究学習の成果、日頃の英語の学習の成果を競い合っていただく場を提供することにあります。中高生の皆さんは将来まだどんな分野で活躍するようになるかはもちろん分かりませんが、医者になる方もいるし、弁護士になる方もいれば、起業家になる方もいると思いますし、その他まだ我々が誰も知らないような社会課題を解決するような、そういう素晴らしい人生を歩む方もきっと出てくると思います。今日はぜひ皆さん、自分自身の殻を打ち破って、自分自身の新しい可能性を切り開いて、素晴らしいプレゼンテーションをぜひご披露ください。ありがとうございます。
辻村代表理事、どうもありがとうございました。さて、続きまして本日個人部門で審査員を務める皆様をご紹介いたします。東京インターナショナルスクール理事長、国際バカロレア日本大使坪谷ニューエル育子様。
Pleasure to be here.
国際コミュニケーション博士英会話コーチスティーブ・ソレイシー様。
Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to your presentations.
一般財団法人実用英語推進機構代表理事東進ハイスクール東進ビジネススクール英語科講師安河内哲也様。
Good morning, everyone. Don't be nervous. Enjoy the moment.
テンプル大学ジャパンキャンパス学長マシュー・J. ウィルソン様。
Congratulations to everyone who will be competing in the contest today. We are so excited for you.
そして個人部門へ The Japan Times Alpha 賞をご提供いただいておりますジャパンタイムズ編集長高橋俊之様。
Hi everyone, I'm excited to be here. Looking forward to your presentation.
そして最後に審査委員長を務められます上智大学特別招聘教授言語教育研究センター長吉田健作様。
Good morning, everyone. Good luck to all of you, and I'm looking forward to all of your presentations.
以上6名の審査員の皆様に審査いただきます。審査員の皆様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。次のプレゼンターは足立学園高等学校八幡幸喜さんです。ではお願いいたします。
I want to change driving to be more relaxing. Drivers have to put themselves under intense stress. You might have heard your gentle father, mother, or friends mumbling with anger toward other drivers. The stress from driving a car can even change our personality. I think there's a way I can make road trips more comfortable and exciting. One day on YouTube, I ran into a video of a Mercedes-Benz self-driving car test run. The driver was not holding its steering wheel. Instead, he was just enjoying the view with a coffee cup in his hand. I thought, aha, this is it. This can be a solution to a stressful driving experience. A self-driving car needs programming, a brain characterized as artificial intelligence. It drives itself by learning how human drives. Specifically, you feed images and steering data to its program, and it will detect the characteristics of the data and learn to take its own wheel. My skills on artificial intelligence were far from enough at the time. So I started off by taking an online course offered in English to get a basic structure of self-driving cars. The more I was fascinated with it, the stronger my passion grew beyond just learning how to code them like this. I wanted to make one by myself. Thus, I decided to build a self-driving car on a small scale from scratch. I spent quite a large amount of my time checking every website possible for this purpose. It's time to put my learning into practice. I bought a small computer called Raspberry Pi, which functions as a brain, and imported a normal RC car and some other necessary parts such as batteries and a motor controlling board from the US. Then I put them all together. First, I needed to control the Raspberry Pi remotely from my laptop because an online connection would make writing codes and running programs on the Raspberry Pi considerably easier. In order to gather driving data for AI for the next step, I had to run my camera-mounted car on the course from a controller. I chose to use a gaming controller, which can create much more delicate turns than the radio controller. Since AI learns to drive by imitating given data, accurate driving data are indispensable for better AI performance. Connecting my gaming controller to the Raspberry Pi was one of the hardest steps of my project. The Raspberry Pi would not identify the gaming controller. I spent almost a month trying to solve this problem. Since I spent almost a month trying to solve this problem. With countless and sometimes discouraging tries and errors, I was finally able to connect them through Bluetooth. Now I can steer my car wirelessly from the controller. Then I gathered images and steering data by driving my car on the course. Roughly about 10 laps were enough for my car to learn the course. My car collected about 5,000 images in this process. With the data being fed to the program, AI learns from the data and becomes capable of predicting steering coordinates when it confronts new driving images. The only step left was to try out the AI model on the track to see if my car recognizes the lanes and makes a curve. At this point, I faced another serious problem in my car. When I connected a new battery to the servo, I heard a sizzling noise and smelled plastic burning. I wasn't expecting to see the smoke coming out of the wire. Yes, I shorted the circuit. My mind literally blanked out for a few seconds. I came very close to giving up because I was scared of the smoke and the burning smell. But I really wanted to see my car driving itself. Therefore, I gave myself one more try. I imported a new RC car and batteries from the US. This time, I set up a new course because I concluded that the previous one had too sharp curves. Accordingly, I recollected adequate data on the new course. And I fed the data to AI. Finally, my car was ready to rumble. Please watch my car self-driving. This is the second try. My car navigated itself between the lanes accurately. The highlights of this video is that the car detected the curve and steered leftward properly. I came this far after months of trying. However, this is just a beginning. Self-driving car requires way more sophisticated features. I'd also like to add this object detection program I wrote. It can identify people and traffic signs. Last but not least, I am very grateful for this project. It has made me realize that all my experiences have been so essential to building my car. For example, studying at a high school in the beautiful state of Missouri in the US as an exchange student for 8 months improved my English substantially so that I had little trouble acquiring information about autonomous cars. All the websites I refer to are in English. Also, without a soldering experience in technical arts Jujutsu class in my high school here, I've not been able to fix a connection error with the motor controlling board and the Raspberry Pi. I will keep working on my research, integrating every experience and opportunity I'll be given. I believe self-driving cars will make driving more enjoyable for everyone. When the world welcomes a completely stress-free self-driving car, who knows, you might see my name as one of its developers. Thank you.
八幡さん、ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆さんから質問を受けたまりたいと思います。さて、審査員の皆様、どうぞ。
So Koki, thank you very much for your presentation. Last year, I moved to Japan from Missouri. So my first question is where in Missouri did you study? Because that's very close to my heart.
Yes, sir. Actually, I study in Belton, Missouri.
Okay, where is Belton, Missouri?
It is really close to Kansas City.
Oh, great. So I lived 30 minutes from Kansas City, so I feel a special connection. My question to you about your presentation, which was very good, was, oftentimes we learn from failure. What did you learn from your failure?
Okay, when I burned the wire, I learned that the socket was opposite, so I'm now very careful for the batteries.
Great, thank you.
Okay, one more question, please. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you very much. I was listening to your English, and you stopped in the middle. Until that point, I forgot that you were speaking English, and I was listening to your wonderful story. That's great. Can you tell us a little bit about how you mastered English? What would be some advice you'd give to a friend?
Absolutely. I watch like American comedies and movies a lot, and also I study at school very hard. My teacher taught me English very well, so that contribute to my English.
Okay, thank you very much. ありがとうございました。八幡さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンテーへ参りたいと思いますが、準備がまだ整っておりませんので、Let me ask you once again, Matthew, the question I was asking about. What was I asking?
Yes, we were talking about learning English online, and I think it really depends on the student. There's a lot of opportunities in an online world to do things that are different. But the key is the motivation of the student. Is the student participating actively? Is the student engaged with the instructor? If the student is playing video games while trying to learn English, it will not work. But there's a lot of potential in what we do.
Yes, absolutely. And I think this opportunity has given us challenges, time to challenge adapt to new environment. さて、それではですね、次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。第3校目は、松栄女子学院高等学校の船越杏樹さんです。船越さん、どうぞよろしくお願いします。
願いします。Hello, I'm Anju Funakoshi, and today I would like to talk about gender equality. Now, I get asked this question a lot. Why do you specifically talk about gender equality when there are so many other problems that the world is facing right now? And I always answer like this. Well, I talk about gender equality because I believe that gender equality is the solution to some of the other problems like poverty and child education. And it could also help us to improve and enrich our lives with work-life balance. But when I start talking about gender equality, I usually get two types of reaction. The first one is this. Oh, but it's been done like this for ages, and so we can't change it. It's part of our tradition and it's part of our culture now. But I say to them, well, traditions and culture don't make people. People make traditions and cultures. So do you really want to perpetuate such a tradition or a culture that mistreats some certain group of people? And the second reaction is this. Oh, please, Anju, you're overreacting, or you're being too sensitive. But is that really so? So I decided to do further research, and I found some shocking numbers and have made some observations. So the first number that I would like to share with you guys today is this. According to a study done by Stanford University, by the age of 6, girls already consider boys more suited for really, really smart stuff like math, computers, and science. But this has been scientifically shown that it's not true. We are neither superior nor inferior to one another. And the second number is that over 70% of suicide in the world is committed by male. In Japan, men are 2.4 times more likely to commit suicide than women. Why is that? Because whenever a man comes out asking for help, most of the time he is told to man up and hold back his emotions when he has the right to cry and to be emotional and to be real human. And the observations that I have made are these. In Japan, I have never seen a paper document that had more than 2 boxes in the gender column. Whenever I see those papers, I always think about my friends and siblings who are neither. I mean, where do they put their check? Or the uniforms, student uniforms, there are no gender neutral uniforms in Japan. But we can't force students to wear something that they feel uncomfortable in. And we can't force students to be someone who they're not. So gender neutral uniforms should be an option and should be normalized at any school. So after learning about these numbers and making these observations, I started to hear more about the word feminism, which I feel like this word is often perceived as a word that is synonymous with anti-men or man-hating. But let me clear it up. According to the dictionary, feminism is the theory of political, economic, and social equality of the sexes. Now, may I ask, does it say man-hating? No, because feminism is about believing in equality for all. So after learning the right definition of feminism, I decided to become a feminist. And so I pulled up my courage to send an email to one of the most well-known professors in the field, Professor Chizuko from the University of Tokyo. Surprisingly, she wrote me back with a piece of advice to start from my realizations and start questioning them. So as a student, I decided to look through all of my textbooks to see if I could realize anything. And I did realize something. I realized that none of the textbooks really talked about gender equality. Some of them did, but they only talked about maternity leave issues. And they are very important issues, and we should be educated on them. But starting a family or having a family to students feel like something in a very distant future, making it harder for us to empathize with the issues or even become aware of it. So I thought, well, what if we add some information about issues that are actually much easier for us to become aware of it and much easier for us to empathize with? So I looked up on the internet for some source of information that were easier for students to get their hands on. And there were none. So I thought, well, if there are none, why don't I create one? And that is when I came up with the idea of the next generation. The next generation is a new platform where it will have Q&A sections for parents answered by specialists about LGBTQIA+, a guide for starting discussions about gender and sexuality, a place where people of any age can come out anonymously, since coming out in the real society could even be threatening to some people, a guide on pronouns such as gender neutral ones like ze, zin, and a place of information about what we are never taught in school, like FGM, child marriage, breast ironing, men's domestic violence shelters. The UN has said that at this rate, it'll take us at least 100 years to achieve gender equality. But by creating a community where anyone could be themselves without worrying about their safety, and where people are educated on some things that they should be educated on, I'm sure that we could change this number. In Japan, gender equality is discussed more than ever after Yoshiro Mori's comments on women. To be honest, I felt very uncomfortable with what he said, but I want to use what's happening right now to elevate where we are instead of victimizing myself. Because I don't want this whole incident to end in a gender equality bandwagon. Gender equality is not a badge for committees, for countries, for companies to have. Gender equality is about a world where people of any gender, any sex, any gender identity have the equal opportunities. And it's about a world where people are defined by their personalities and their colors and their uniqueness rather than their gender. I hope that we'll achieve this world someday. And until then, I will strive for it. Thank you so much for listening.
船越さん、どうもありがとうございました。それではですね、審査員の皆さんから2問ですね、お伺いしたいと思います。審査員の皆様、いかがでしょうか。吉田先生、お願いいたします。
Thank you very much. It's a very important topic, and I think you did a wonderful presentation on it. One specific question I have is there anything very concrete that you are now trying to do about this issue with your friends at school or with other people in your society?
Yes, I try to talk more about my gender identity, and I try to talk to my friends and tell them that it's normal to be insecure or unsure about your sexuality. And also, I've been getting in touch with, many of the professors. I've been trying to do that, and I've been trying to, normalize things that should be normalized anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next question, つばや先生、お願いします。
Anju, you did very well, very impressive.
Thank you.
Well, just one question I'm having is, what do you think the biggest difference towards gender equality between your mother's generation and your generation? Can you tell us?
Well, I think it's about having children. Because right now, like I said in the presentation, maternity leave is a very big issue. But when you think about welcoming a child into a family, women don't just become mothers. People become parents. So I think that is one big major difference from now and in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
船越さん、どうもありがとうございました。さて次のですね、プレゼンターへ移る前に皆さんからの少しこのコロナ禍においてこの状況がどんなふうに変わったかというのを聞いてみたいと思いますが、高橋さん、お仕事上何か変化はありましたか？
ありがたいことに兵士ジャパンタイムズアルファは皆さんが家で学習するというタイプのものですので、このコロナ禍の中で、少し部数の方も伸ばさせていただいておりましてですね。
何かそのオンラインに、コロナ禍において人が動かなくなった、移動しなくなったことと、その出版物で用いて勉強することのメリットみたいなのは何か特に
そうですね、特にオンラインとに関して言うと、ここ最近ですね、兵士の方でもウェブサイトの方を開設してですね、いろいろオンラインの学習を提示しているんですけれども、そちらの方の利用率がここ最近かなり増えてきましてですね、その点でもやはり皆さんコロナ禍の中でたくさんやっぱりオンラインで学習していただいているのかなという気はいたしますね。
そうですか。吉田先生、ちょっとお伺いしたいんですけれども、この状況で IT リテラシーというのがいろんな方たちがぐっと上がったような気がしますけれども、今後のその英語業界といいます英語教育業界の取り巻く環境の中で、これはメリット、どういったメリットが見れますでしょうか。
はい、もう私たちの大学でもみんなもこの1年間はオンラインということでずっとやってきましたけど、ただそのオンラインって言ってもいろんな形があるんですよね。いわゆるオンディマンド的な形で、ディマンドに合わせて自分が好きな時にいろんな材料をもう提示してそれを勉強するっていう、フレキシブルにできるものと、それから直接、面と向かってその場でフェイストフェイスでオンラインで話をしたりするとか、今うちの大学なんかでもやってるのがハイフレックスのような形で、例えば教室に学生がいてまた海外の学生は来れないのでそれはコンピューターでやるとか、いろんな今までやらなかったようなこと宿泊しながらやってますけども、新しいテクノロジーっていうのはいろんなところで可能だっていうことが分かってきたので、これは中高の現場でもだいぶ進んできていると思いますけど、教育全体に与える影響は非常に大きいと思いますね。昔のような対面だけに戻るということはまずありえないんじゃないでしょうかね。はい、
じゃあ来年度からとても楽しみになってまいりました。それでは準備ができましたので次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは吉祥女子中学高等学校小針ひよさんです。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
Do you remember Sagamihara stabbings? It was one of the worst mass killings that took innocent lives of 19 people who had disabilities. At the time, I think we all were shocked to hear this news. Of course, this incident itself was horrifying and heartbreaking, but what really sticks in my mind is that there still remained a lot of discriminatory ideas against people with disabilities. For example, I saw comments saying that people with disabilities are unproductive, burdensome, and worthless. Imagine yourself being in that same situation. How would you feel? This is definitely not the way the world should be, right? That is why I started to learn more about disabilities and decided to focus on one specific problem, which is employment inequality. In the current situation, people with disabilities have fewer opportunities to get stable jobs than those without. This graph shows the employment duration period for people with disabilities. And over half of people who have mental disorders quit their job after 1 year. That is quite a lot, right? Another data shows that one of the biggest reasons for their retirement is the workplace atmosphere and relationships. Do you see what this means? It means that they cannot work, not because they don't have the ability, but because of a lack of understanding from the employers and colleagues. You see, this is something we can change. So, as a solution, I propose an AI-based app called Breacher, which removes barriers that many people with disabilities are facing today. The ultimate goal of this app is to create an accessible and inclusive workplace where every employee can perform their full potential. To achieve this goal, I took a very first step of getting knowledge about the problem on the internet. In the next step, I interviewed some professionals to understand the actual situation more precisely. For example, I asked the one who has been supporting many people with disabilities to get a job, as well as the one who hires them as an employer in a company. In this way, I was able to learn about perspectives of both companies and employees. I also asked a computer engineer, and based on his advice, I created the model of this app. Now, let me explain about this app in more details. Basically, there are two features. One is the online meeting, and the other one is the line chatbot. Let's look into the online meeting feature first. I suppose that many of you have used some kind of online meeting tool at least once. And this app is similar to those, but the biggest difference is that it holds a meeting with speech-to-text transcription. Now you may be thinking, what is speech-to-text transcription? Well, it is one of the AI technologies that converts spoken words into written texts. Here's a sample screen. As the meeting goes on, the conversation content will automatically appear in a chat format. And this allows people with hearing disabilities to visually understand what they're talking about and actively engage in the conversations. Next, I'm going to move on to the line chatbot feature. This is created particularly for people with mental disabilities. I've learned that many of them are unable to work constantly because of anxiety and loss of motivation, which leads to less and less communication with others. To tackle this problem, I created this line chatbot, which asks them their emotional statement every day, and based on their answers, it recommends videos, songs, quotes, and so on. I'm going to show you a demo so that you can have a more clear picture of it. By the way, if you have your online account, you can try this out on your own by scanning this QR code. So, after you add Breacher, it gives you a brief description of this account. You can either send messages or tap one of these menu buttons. So, let's say, good morning, for example. And it replies back with your online account name. Also, if you tap this music and videos button, the questionnaire pops up, and you can choose one option that is closest to your feeling. Currently, there are only 2 options, but I'm going to add more in the future. For now, let's say you're depressed. And as you can see, it sends you a couple of uplifting songs and a quote. This allows people with mental disorders not only to motivate them for work, but also reduce their stress and anxiety and let them be willing to communicate with others. In this project, I delved into how AI can contribute to eliminating the inequality in employment. By utilizing AI, it will be possible to create an accessible working environment for all. However, I don't mean that AI alone can resolve this problem on its own. I believe that we humans need to change, need to consider the problem seriously. Most importantly, we must understand the differences of each other, because mutual understanding is essential to get rid of any discriminations in the world. Then, it is important to take an action and try to find a way to bridge the gap, like I created Breacher. Such attitude might be just a little step, but surely it will lead to a world where every one of us can live as the way we are. I hope this app, Breacher, will make a change in your mindset as well as in the world. Thank you.
吉祥女子中学高等学校小針ひよさんで、プレゼンテーションを行っていただきました。And now time for the questions. 2 questions from judges. Okay, 高橋さん, please.
Okay, thank you, Hio-san. That was amazing. I was impressed. You're highly conscious of the situation faced by people with disabilities. So basically, your app is to solve communication problems between people with disabilities and able-bodied people, right?
Yes.
So other than solving communication problems, what do you think is necessary to improve the working conditions for people with disabilities?
Yes, one important thing is to build a basic structure of like accessible environments, like physically, for example, making slope or making more a wider road or like wider, wider path to the workplace. And yeah, that is one thing we can do. Yeah.
Thank you.
And one more question from Yasukochi-san, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And I also think that something like Sagamihara incident should never happen. And then my question is, if you were to become the prime minister of this country, what part of the society would you change to prevent that kind of accident from happening again?
So first thing I would do is to reconstruct the education system. because education is so important. Like, if children learn how to, like, if children learn the problem, what is happening right now, and, to spread the notion that it is important to be open-minded to everyone, regardless of whether the person has disabilities or not. So I think that if I would be the prime minister of the country, I would focus on education.
Okay, thank you.
小針さん、どうもありがとうございました。小針さんが総理大臣になる日が来るかもしれませんね。さて、次のプレゼンターに行く前にですね、皆さんにもまたちょっとご質問をしていきたいと思いますが、今安越さんお話ありましたけれども、アップを使って何か英語を勉強するときにどんなアップを使うといいとか、例えばオンラインで自分が英語を勉強するときにどんな利用法をしていらっしゃいますか？
そうですね、私もねやっぱりほら英語を喋らないと忘れるんで、もう5年ぐらい毎日25分間英語で毎朝喋ってますけどね、オンライン英会話ってやつでね、あと夜はね、今ほら高校生が使えないけどクラブハウスってあるじゃないですか。あれで世界中の人と高校生の前で申し訳ないんですけどワインを飲みながら、ね、いろんな世の中のことを喋ってたりして、今オンラインで世界がつながる状況になったので、昔はね留学しなければ英語は勉強できなかった。でも今は日本でコロナで部屋にいてもいくらでも外国の人と喋ることができるんで、本当に今のね高校生の皆さんはいい時代に生まれてきたなと思います。
でオンライン英会話というのは具体的にどんなふうなことが行われているんですか？何を話すんですか？
いやただ今と同じです。目の前に外国の方がいて、こっちに私がいて、101マンツーマンですね、で25分間喋る、いろんなものを読んだりとか、ジャパンタイムズを読んだりとかしながら喋ることもできるんですけどね。
トピックはじゃあこちらで自分で決めて、
こっちで決めてもいいし、向こうに決めてもらってもいいし、とにかく話せるようになるために話すことが大事ですから、皆さんもよかったらやってみてください。
常に英語を使うということの重要性ですね。どうもありがとうございました。さて、次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは栃木県立矢板東高等学校小野萌奈さんです。小野さん、よろしくお願いします。
Hello everyone. First, please look at these pictures. What is the difference? Actually, vegetables in the left group are imperfect vegetables. Imperfect vegetables are some vegetables that don't meet the standards of size, shape, color, and so on. In short, they are the rejects. You may think they look unappealing or gross, but they are delicious. In Japan, about 2 million to 2.5 million metric tons of imperfect vegetables are disposed in 1 year, and it's worth 40% of the total production. 40%. This is a sad trend now. Not pretty means not worthy. This produces problems. It is bad for the environment, and also it is bad for the farmers. For environment, burning disposed vegetables emits CO2, and it's connected to global warming. And for farmers, farmers can earn money by only 60% of the total production. To solve these problems, efforts are currently being made in Japan. For example, farmers make processed foods from imperfect vegetables, and another is putting together assorted vegetables in one package. And then they sell it on the internet or at Michinoeki. However, these are not so effective. One of their problems is the transaction between individuals. Each farmer does transaction with customers individually, so business connections between them are unorganized. And the level of awareness about farmers' businesses is so low, so they can't gather many customers. Farmers are specialists of agriculture, but not specialists of agribusiness. Therefore, I came up with an idea to solve these problems. The idea is to make a company which sells imperfect vegetables to restaurants. This is it. I will organize transactions by my company. First, I recruit farmers who want to sell imperfect vegetables and have them register with the company as a vegetable producer. And next, I make a list of the kinds of vegetables which can be sold and recruit restaurants who want to buy the items on the list. This way, I can sell imperfect vegetables to restaurants. I choose restaurants as my company's sales partner because, in my opinion, restaurants can provide stable profit to farmers from the long-term contract. And I believe restaurants don't care much about the appearance or size of imperfect vegetables as long as they are delicious. So, I conducted a questionnaire survey. I focused on 4 points: quality, demand, means of transportation, and price. The first question was, what do you think about the quality of imperfect vegetables with these pictures? However, despite this, every restaurant owner answered, it doesn't matter what the vegetables look like. And the second question was, how much do you want to buy imperfect vegetables? In this question, about 70% of the restaurants answered they want to buy the vegetables at 70% of the market price. The third question was, how should we transport imperfect vegetables? In this question, about 70% also of the restaurants answered they want us to deliver vegetables to their shops. And the last question was, do you need my company's service? In this question, about 85% of restaurants answered yes. From these results, we can see that my company is needed and imperfect vegetables have a huge demand. However, it is difficult to make enough profit because transportation cost will be large. So I came up with 2 ideas to reduce the transportation cost. The first idea is to make 1-year deal with delivery companies. Delivering vegetables by myself is so difficult and is not efficient in protecting the vegetables, so I must outsource to a specialist. It is expensive, but if I make a long-term deal like 1 year, I can save the money. The second idea is to trade between neighboring prefectures. The cost will increase depending on the mileage. So to reduce the cost, I must set the trading area. And it's also good for the quality of the vegetables. It is because we can keep their freshness longer this way. In addition, I thought of 2 ideas to support my company when it can't make enough profit. The first idea is to make ingredient sets like this and sell it to houseworkers. And the second idea is to make new recipes with imperfect vegetables and sell processed foods. From these considerations, I can create a new image of my company. Of course, the priority of my company is to sell imperfect vegetables to restaurants. In addition to this, I will sell ingredient sets to houseworkers and sell processed foods. From this study, I learned an important thing. To realize my company, data of vegetables and restaurants are not enough, and I must study hard about agriculture, economy, management, agribusiness, and so on. And I think talking with people who works at agribusiness is the most efficient way to learn about this. There are more agribusinesses in foreign countries than in Japan, so I want to go abroad and learn about this. However, doing it by myself is so difficult. I need your help. let's save the imperfect vegetables together. Thank you for listening.
小野萌菜さん、ありがとうございました。さあ、審査員の皆さんから、質問などをお伺いしたいと思います。Matthew, please.
Yes. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. I am now very hungry. So one thing as you were talking, because I know this is a important topic in Japan, because the vegetables and fruit are very perfect in the supermarkets. But one thing, as you look at potential solutions going forward, I would encourage you to look beyond restaurants and look at hospitals, look at schools and school cafeterias. You know, I think that there are opportunities here in Japan as well. Another thing, and this is my question, what do you think about sending imperfect vegetables to foreign countries?
That is a very nice question. Actually, to realize this company in Japan is not my goal. My goal is to sell imperfect vegetables in foreign countries, like especially at developing countries. So after making this company in Japan, and if I can realize and I can make enough profit, I want to go abroad and sell imperfect vegetables in foreign countries and export imperfect vegetables. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Steve?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. And I really felt as if you were talking to us. That was a great point. As far as thank you, please keep that up. And speaking of talking, I think that you interviewed or you collected data from restaurants. Did you do that through a questionnaire that you sent to them? Or did you call them and ask them or meet them? Tell me about the interview process or the data collection process with your restaurants.
I sent a question sheet to restaurants with some pictures of imperfect vegetables and asked them to answer the question.
I see. Well, it's great to get information directly from people when you collect things about English education or anything. So I hope you'll use your English skills to collect information in whatever business you decide.
Thank you.
Good luck.
小野さん、どうもありがとうございました。So, Matthew, you were saying that you're getting a little bit hungry. What's your favorite vegetable?
Oh, my favorite vegetable is spinach.
Spinach. How do you like it cooked?
Japanese style.
Oshitashi?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I see. So you're not a sort of, you don't eat from can like Popeye?
No. It has to be fresh. So
I see.
That's actually what I ate for dinner last night.
Oh, great.
With a little katsuobushi and shoyu.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's the best.
Okay, I'm going to ask everyone's favorite vegetable now. Takai-san, what's your favorite vegetable?
Yeah, all of them,
All of
except cucumbers.
Why don't you like cucumbers?
It's kind of embarrassing to admit it, but I can't eat cucumbers.
Well, is it the smell?
Because the smell, shape, I hate everything about cucumbers.
Okay. Poor little cucumber. Someday it might like you. Okay, Yasukochi-san, what's your favorite
Yeah, of
vegetable?
course, cucumbers.
Pardon?
Cucumbers.
You
Of
like
course,
cucumbers?
Yeah, with a little
Yes.
mayonnaise.
Ah, great. Okay, I'm just quickly going to ask everybody's favorite. What's yours?
Well, I like the corn. I like the denkon, daikon.
Ah,
I
the
love
root,
those.
root vegetables.
Oh, they're wonderful. And of
Especially
course,
the-
carrots, but those corns that I learned when I came to Japan, love them. Daikon, denkon, every day.
Okay. So, how about you?
Onions.
Onions.
Yeah, but just one thing I want to say for Anna. Once after she set up a company, I'd like to be one with the stockholders.
Oh, yes. Okay, she's already going to have a business partner. How about you, Yoshisuke?
I like nabe, so I like hakusai a lot.
Oh, yes,
I
it's
use
lovely.
it almost
Yes.
every day.
Yes. It's a very traditional Japanese
Yeah,
vegetable.
right,
Yes,
right.
brilliant.
Is a Chinese cabbage.
Chinese
Yeah,
cabbage in
Chinese
English,
cabbage,
yes.
yeah.
But we often use it in Japanese dishes. Okay, now we all know everybody's favorite vegetable, but we shall move on to our next presentation. Talking about Chinese cabbage, 次のプレゼンターはですね、上海日本人学校高等学部の久保田翔子さんです。久保田さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。273. Do you have any idea what this number represents? 273. It's the number of teachers in Japan punished for sexual offense in 2019. In the past 7 years, over 200 teachers have received disciplinary penalties for indecent action. Of course, I think this number of teachers being subjected to disciplinary punishment is a big deal. However, I believe that the fact of teachers who have been convicted in the past for the same reasons are included in that number a bigger issue. I wasn't aware of this problem until I heard about a story of a teacher who was arrested in 2018 for molesting 5 students. However, he was previously arrested in 2013 for possessing child pornography. This incident gave me curiosity and made me wonder how a person can still be an educator with criminal backgrounds. As I researched, I found out that Japan, with no central government structure in place, people can simply rewrite their history and find employment elsewhere. Moreover, employers can't identify sexual offenders. Therefore, Japan lacks centralized database on sexual offenders. And what the country needs is a system equivalent to the United Kingdom's DBS. DBS, or other words called Disclosure and Bearing System, is a system that enables administrators to run a criminal background check on those applying for positions involving working closely with kids. This system will not only ensure kids' safety, but will also avoid the sexual offenders to repeat the same crime. Because although they serve punishment and receive treatment, the reoffense rate is extremely high. So keeping them distant from kids is essential. Additionally, I think that parents will appreciate this system as well. When I was volunteering at the baby salon, I met a mother there. She couldn't put her kids in nursery schools because there were growing cases of nursery school teachers molesting kids. She was scared her kids will be victimized. So she decided to raise all her kids by herself with no outside help
and give up on finding jobs. With DBS, these worries will definitely decrease, which will result to an increase in the reliability of schools, daycares, and also enabling mothers to balance childcare and work. Now, I want to be a change maker in two ways. First, I want to be a change maker by changing the attitudes of people watching this. I believe that many people are unaware of this issue. With this opportunity, I want to spread awareness of school employee sexual misconduct, which can help prevent it in the wake of an incident, and also introduce the system DBS. Second, I want to be a change maker by changing the cultural circumstances of Japan, where topics such as sexual offense are taboo. For a better society, we need to speak up on issues in order to solve them. I thought it was important for me to present the topic, sexual offense, which are rarely spoken about, on a big stage like this, so that people can speak more freely about it, and also for the victims to raise their voice more easily. Hence, I want to spread the importance of DBS by sharing articles related to it on social media, because media can spread the information faster, further, and deeper. With DBS, schools can serve its purpose of ensuring kids' safety. So in conclusion, I believe that Japan should adopt a system like DBS for a stricter screening process to protect kids. Thank you.
久保田さんありがとうございました。So now we're going to ask some questions from our judges. 高橋さんどうぞ。
Okay, thank you, Shoko-san. That was amazing. So, as you said, statistically, sexual offenders are more likely to offend again, than other types of criminals. And in that sense, I totally agree with you on this DBS idea. Yeah, but my question is, do you think all the former sexual offenders must be barred from teaching again for life? Yeah, because I mean, some of them may deeply regret what they did, and they may have completed the rehabilitation. And what if they wanted to go back to the teaching job?
Yes, I understand that, but I value more on the victims' rights. I feel that it is unfair for kids to go to school feeling worried and feeling threatened. So thinking about the risk of them reoffending, I think they should completely be banned from working closely with kids.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I personally think DBS is a wonderful idea, but some people might say that it invades on people's privacy too much. What do you say to those people?
Actually, the privacy will be kept protected because, I think Japan needs, although people are worried about the privacy, it is still better to adopt a system because right now there are no links between the local authorities and the government, so they can't share information. So I really think that DBS is needed in Japan right now.
Okay, thank you.
ありがとうございました。小田さん、どうもありがとうございました。さて、ありがとうございます。審査員の皆さんにお伺いしたいんですが、今プライバシーの問題等々ありましたけれども、よく言われるのが日本にもっとセキュリティカメラを置いた方がいいんじゃないかっていうようなディベートがありますね。それによってクライムプリベンションにつながるのではないか。イギリスなんかはすごくたくさんあるんですけれども、日本にはもっとこういったそのセキュリティカメラがあった方がいいと思われますか？ご意見ある方いらっしゃいますか？足りないかあるか大丈夫でしょうか？
今あれですよね、セキュリティカメラがあってもみんなマスクしてるから
そうですね、
フェイシャルレコグニションが
難しいというのはありますね。
難しいっていうのはあるかもしれないですね。でも公共の場所にはあった方がいいんじゃないでしょうか、私の意見としては。
そうです。
ただどこにあるかどこにないかっていうのはある程度わからないと、本当にプライバシーが守られないところにまでセキュリティカメラが設置されるっていうのはちょっと怖いですよね。
学校現場なんかにはあった方がいいと思われますか？どうでしょう？
そうですね、私なんか見てると公共の場っていうのはやっぱり自治体だとか、警察であるとかがやはり率先してそういうデータだとかいろいろあるでしょうから、必要なところに設置する。あと例えば学校なんかも含めて個人の場合は個人がそれぞれやっぱり責任を持って自分たちで必要なところで設置をするということであれば、プライバシーの問題に関しても自分で責任を持ってやるんであればいいんじゃないかと思うんですよね。私なんか住んでるような近所でもやはりその地域の人たちがやっぱりここはなんとかしたいなとか、犯罪が起こる場所だなって言ったら地域の一つの活動としてそこに設置しましょうというようなことがあったりとか、その辺お互いがちゃんとした理解を得ていればもう必要なところにどんどんやっていくことはできると思いますけど、あんまり上からどんどん作られてしまうとそれこそプライバシーの問題というのはすごい関わってくるんだなと思いますね。
ありがとうございます。息苦しい世の中にならないようにお互いが安心して暮らせるような世の中になるといいと思いますが、皆さんにこうやって問題を提起していただけると我々も考える機会を与えていただけると思います。それではですね、次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは愛知県立実習館高等学校中山すみれさんです。どうぞ。
Thank you for your time. My name is Sumire Nakayama. Today, I'm here to introduce my project, which is reducing consumption of paper and plastic in an exchange of gifts. When we give some presents to our loved ones for Christmas or birthday presents, and we will wrap them up in wrapping paper and plastic bags. A great-looking present makes us happy, since we can find full of tender thoughtfulness in it. However, that way has a huge impact on the world. Do you know overpackaging? It is a way of wrapping products more than necessary. If you give up putting a present into a plastic bag, you can avoid emitting 51-gram carbon dioxide when you make and burn it. If you stop using a piece of paper, you can avoid emitting 8.6-gram carbon dioxide when you make and burn it. Also, you can keep trees out cutting down for paper, which is thinking up for higher temperatures of global heating. Look at the graph. You can find that 76% of greenhouse gas emissions by people are due to carbon dioxide emissions. As you know, this issue has become more and more serious each year. Therefore, we should solve the overpackaging as soon as possible. This brings me to my project, which is using sustainable wrapping materials instead of wrapping paper and plastic bags. And now, let me recommend furoshiki. In Japan, we have long been had wrapping with furoshiki culture, which is covered things. Furoshiki is a traditional Japanese craft, and there are many patterns like this. You can carry things stable by devising wrapping. Look at this picture. I did this wrapping at home. You may think it looks difficult to use, but it's easy. Let's have a look. Here is the furoshiki. And I wrap this doll with this furoshiki. With the doll and tie 2 corners. And then wrap like this. 1, 2, 3. Ta-da! How's this? It isn't so difficult, is it? You can get furoshiki at department stores, at variety gift shops, and even at 100 tea shops. Some are expensive, but all of them are available at a low price. Now, you don't need to discard wrapping paper and plastic bags on Christmas Day and your birthday. I want you to try this. If you're interested in it even a little, please access my website of this. Furo Wrap Project, short for Wrapping with Furoshiki Project. We know well that plastic and wrapping paper often end up harming the environment. However, to know is one thing, and quite another to do. And it's often troublesome to take the first step. So I'm implementing the campaign. Let's aim for 100 trials on my website and encourage you to try using furoshiki. This would make it easier to contribute to environmental problems. Furthermore, I'll be happy if you try it and have fun. Would you like to join my project? Just send me a picture of your present wrapped with furoshiki. Your action can make a difference. Let's start today. A new gift which is wrapped with lovely furoshiki not only makes your loved ones happy, but also makes here's the world. We do what we can with what we have, where we are. References are here. Thank you for listening.
愛知県立自習館高校、中山すみれさん、ありがとうございました。Now time for questions from our judges. Sensei, please.
Thank you very much. I agree with your idea of using furoshiki. You know, at the present time, people are concerned about the plastic bags at, for example, markets and other shopping areas. And so what we have to do is we have to bring our own shopping bags, right? How about what do you think about using furoshiki instead of buying these new shopping bags?
Yes, you can use furoshiki for shopping, but sometimes it is difficult to use because when you use furoshiki at the convenience store, you need to pour furoshiki at the time. So you can use eco bag instead, and we can use something is fit at the situation. Then we can use eco bag for instead of furoshiki, but you can use furoshiki for shopping also too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Tsubayashi-san, please.
Sumire, well done. I really enjoyed your presentation. Well, since your presentation and suggestion was so good, what is your idea to spread out your suggestions more to the world, as well as to attract more people to your website?
Sorry, pardon me, I can't hear well.
Okay, sorry about that, maybe because of my mask.
Sorry.
Well, what is your idea to spread out your suggestions to the world, as well as to attract more people to your website? Can you hear me?
Okay. Well, now I'm using a flyer to run down to other people, and we can get to the website with this QR code, and then this project is now the first step. So we can spread this idea after we more people know it. And for example, now this project has a goal to join the 100 trials, and then more people will know. And this project website can use, and they're easy to access, and we can use. And for the word, we can get philosophy. At Japan, it's very easy, but in other words, we can't. Overseas, we can't get philosophy in easy way to go to the buy shop, but we can use internet. They can get philosophy or use bandana or handkerchief instead of philosophy. Then more people can enjoy to doing wrapping with philosophy with sustainable wrapping materials.
All right. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
中山さんどうもありがとうございました。So let me ask some of your judges, what's your eco-friendly activity these days? Tsuba-san, do you have any?
Well, of course that I carry the eco bag. Yeah, and my nickname is Eco. my real name is Ikuko, so Eco.
So your name is your namesake is eco-friendliness.
Exactly.
Excellent. Does anyone use my hashi, or do you carry hashis around? Not yet.
No.
No. What do you do as an eco-friendly activity? Anything particularly? Yes.
Me? Well, let's see. When I go into a supermarket, I look at some of the products and they're old. So I love buying those products. The mikiri shohin, is that how you say it?
I see, right.
I always take a good look at those. Not just for the price, but it's someone has made that, someone has grown that, and I like the term, mottainai. That's also a strong environmental concept for people to know from Japan. Just as the last person talked about furoshiki from Japan. So I like the ideas that start from Japan. They're really inspiring.
I see. Mottainai is a very difficult to translate but very important word.
Yeah.
I think she should bring in her idea to Louis Vuitton and all those brand names.
Oh, good idea. All right.
So do you use furoshiki yourself?
No. but I will from today.
It's like,
maybe if Louis Vuitton puts it together, he will.
It's like origami, but it's quite difficult unless you learn it. But she showed us in an instant way to make a carry bag out of it. That was very interesting. How about Yoshida Sensei? Do you do any eco-friendly activities?
Well, I also use an eco bag, that's for sure. And I try to throw away things that I'm not using as much as possible, and try to live a simple life as much as I can, and that way I think I can save a lot of unnecessary things in life. Yeah.
How about you, Alde? What do you do?
Well,
we'd like to hear your English is really, your command of English and Japanese is great. Tell us about your ideas for eco-friendly type of things. What are you doing?
The thing is, I wouldn't say I'm stingy, but I try and not to buy unnecessary things. That's one of the things, so that I don't have to throw away. And I eat everything that I buy from supermarket.
Yes.
From even, I don't sort of peel off every skin of the vegetables if I can just brush the dirt off. Sometimes it's more tastier, I think. I don't know, but some of the things. Eco-friendly leads to more making best use of what you have, I think.
Yes, good point. Great way of finishing that conversation. さすが司会者ですね。
ちょっとですね、一瞬焦りましたけれども、はい、続きまして準備ができたようですので、はい、次のプレゼンテーションに移りたいと思います。続いてはですね、大谷中学校の乾明夫さんにお願いいたします。乾さん、よろしくお願いします。
Do you know what happened on this day at this time. On March 11, 2011, the Great East Japan earthquake with an intensity of 9 occurred. One of my friends who evacuated to Osaka from Fukushima Prefecture said, "When I took a nap, a powerful earthquake came. I was wrapped in a blanket and carried outside by my mother." Over 15,000 people died. 800,000 people were made homeless, and 6,000 people were injured. The damages totaled over 14 trillion yen. I was shocked by his story and scared by the images on TV. How can we reduce the damage of earthquakes? One of the solutions is predicting when and where earthquakes will occur. I'm going to talk about this possibility. I joined a 3-day space lesson sponsored by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries 60 years after the earthquake. I learned a lot about satellites. I was able to watch Michibiki No. 4 being launched into space. The Quasi-Zenith satellite system, Michibiki No. 4, is part of the Global Navigation Satellite System called GNSS. It tells us a lot of information, including our location, time, and how to navigate. One piece of information from GNSS is TEC, total electron content. TEC represents the amount of electrons in the atmosphere from 60 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers, where auroras occur. I found an article in which the author predicted that abnormal TEC values could indicate that a large earthquake is going to occur. About 14 minutes before an earthquake begins, we can find abnormalities in the TEC values. Abnormal TEC values have been observed in earthquakes of magnitudes greater than 8.5. This is precious information, isn't it? I came up with an idea in which our clocks could tell us this information. I named this PEC, the Protecting from Earthquake Clock. This clock will show us the day, time, temperature, humidity, weather, wind velocity, and TEC values. If the TEC theory is true, we can theoretically send notifications that would warn us when a large earthquake is going to occur. Then, let me show you some interesting data, which Ms. Nishioka, who is a member of the National Institute of Information and Communications Technology, NICT, sent me to help my research. These are TEC residuals on March 11, 2011. The first image shows abnormal The first image shows normal TEC values about 2 hours before the quake. The second image shows abnormal low values about 40 minutes before the quake. And the third image shows abnormal high values around Tohoku area when the earthquake occurred. The last one shows abnormal TEC values radially, were spread radially like this. Let's assume that we have PEC on March 11th. Now, let me show you the relationship between TEC values and PEC display. Here, at 1340, we can see normal TEC values around Fukushima. Thus, the clock display is brown. At 14, however, the TEC values begin to change. The black on the map shows abnormally low values. Thus, the clock display turned yellow to warn that an earthquake may be imminent. Finally, at 1446, we can see that the tech values around Fukushima have increased drastically. Thus, the clock display turns red as an urgent warning of an earthquake occurring. The other week, I was fortunate to have had an online interview with Dr. Heki, who is a professor of Hokkaido University. He is a geophysicist who studies arcane phenomena involving odd patterns formed by the electrons in the sky after quakes. He said, you can find a lot of information about predicting earthquakes on the internet, but some of them are superstitions. This clock will be useful in the future, when we can determine abnormal tech values more and more objectively. While, of course, there is the issues of cost. If we had had this clock before the Great East Japan earthquake, we could have saved a lot of lives. Earthquakes can occur anytime, anywhere. We have to think about earthquakes and prepare for them. I hope our ability to predict earthquakes will evolve, so we can protect our society and save lives. Thank you. Here is a list of references.
Good.
Thank you very much. 大谷さん、どうも、大谷中学校の乾明夫さん、ありがとうございました。それでは質問に移りたいと思います。審査員の皆様、質問いかがでしょうか。じゃあ安越先生、お願いします。
I'm sorry, I don't know where Otani Junior High School is, but do earthquakes happen often in your area? And when the earthquakes happen, what is the first thing you do when you are at school?
Well, in the under the desk.
Get under the desk. Where is Otani Junior High School?
Well,
in what prefecture?
At Osaka Prefecture. In Osaka Prefecture.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Located in Osaka City.
Okay, Osaka City. So that means you sometimes experience earthquakes. Okay, and you get under the desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
One thing that you said, I teach my students all the time. That is, things on the internet can be inaccurate, and sometimes they're just superstitious. So, what is your advice to finding accurate information when you're doing research? How do you find accurate information?
Well, let's see.
You have a list of references. What makes your references beneficial?
Well, a direct interview to direct the interview. To the professor.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's a much better source.
Yeah, you talk to someone.
Yeah.
Dr. Heki.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. イニさん、どうもありがとうございました。Thank you very much. So let me ask you, teacher, Professor Matthew Wilson. So how do you use the internet as a reference?
I use the internet as a starting point to see what is out there. And, then I work backwards. Many years ago, I was on a Japanese quiz bangumi, and the topic was laws of the world. And Fuji Telebi had gone out, and they had gone to different countries, and they had taped different vignettes as problems based on interesting laws around the world. So, for instance, in Italy, on Tuesday night, men could not go out on the town after 6 p.m. It was illegal. They wanted to give women the opportunity to have the town to themselves. And there were different laws from different countries. But two of those that they had filmed, the laws did not exist. They were incorrect information on the internet. And when they came to me, it was looking on the internet and then walking them back to find the exact concrete source in the law itself of those nations, and there was no such law.
Oh, dear.
And so for Fuji Telebi, it was very difficult because they then had to reshoot and refilm with some different laws because it was unclear on the internet. So always going to the source is incredibly important. And you need to dig and dig and dig and never believe the internet, because if it's repeated so many times, that doesn't mean it's correct. You need to go direct to the source.
Of course, definitely. Thank you very much. A great advice for all the students who are going to look at the internet for their researches and everything. Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Never believe the internet.
ダブルチェック、トリプルチェックということですね。はい、ありがとうございます。それでは次のプレゼンターへ移りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは京都市立紫野高等学校大阪博人さんです。大阪さん、お願いいたします。
This was my childhood, wearing a precure t-shirt and an apron with Hello Kitty on it. Both of these characters are mainly aimed towards girls, and actually I enjoyed wearing them. But I felt others were looking at me like I was some kind of odd. And I grew up. Now, I always love to put on makeup. However, the idea that makeup is for women is still common. You can see this from the fact that basically all the models used in cosmetic advertisements are women. It's like they are saying, we are selling these products only for women. As a result, I felt reluctant to go into the cosmetic section of the store. But this time, I won't be defeated. Because whenever I put on makeup, I feel very confident in myself. And I also want other men to feel the same. Nowadays, the concept of gender equality is promoted by many companies. This idea mainly supports women, but there's nothing to support men from toxic manliness. For example, now many important roles in the companies are still occupied by men, which is said to be unfair for women. Obviously, this situation needs to change. However, this is also a problem for men. Because in society, men are often regarded as being powerful and aggressive. Consequently, men feel too much responsibility and pressure to act as they are expected. And this brings fierce inadequacy and forces men to fulfill the expected roles as a man, and sometimes suppressing men's ability to ask someone for help. This is what I call toxic manliness. Then I conducted an online survey via my social networking page to my followers to understand general gender awareness about manliness. The ages of the subject of the survey ranges from teenagers to 20s. My results show that 20% of men are suffering from society's image to be manly, and 65% of men hesitate to show their weaknesses. Through this, it became clear that the toxic manliness requires men to hide their true selves because it's not manly. How can we overcome this situation and achieve truly gender-free society? Well, I came up with the idea of genderless makeup. For this, I have learned two important strategies. First, the place for those men to express themselves freely. Second, the format to break the toxic manliness. In fact, now, I share my makeup on Instagram. I believe makeup enables us to express our beauty, regardless of gender. And through makeup, I also noticed that we can take what we may feel inferior, such as slanted eyes, thick lips, and nose shape, even other charm points. Then I realized the importance of place, where men can also feel free to style makeup and express themselves with the confidence. To expand this action, I'm planning to start a website for everyone to share their makeup styles. There, they can post their pictures with the makeup on and share the products they use. My website will be different from others. My website will be totally gender-free. I believe there are two main barriers to men starting makeup. The first barrier is that there's less chance for men to feel close to men's makeup. For this, my website promotes cosmetic companies which use men's models in their advertisements. That way, it will show men that men can also enjoy doing makeup. The second barrier is that a lot of people still believe people do makeup just because they want to look cuter and think makeup is only suited for women. I want to change their way of thinking. My website focuses and emphasizes the makeup styles of users, while others only focuses on the products. In my website, posts will be sorted by the styles of makeup, such as cool, natural, and even fancy. People can see that makeup is actually capable of expressing any impressions. And it will make men realize that makeup is not something which only shows cuteness, but a tool to express multifaceted reality of human beauty. Thus, I believe my website will encourage men to take the first step and help them to choose any cosmetic products. Genderless advertisements and social movements help us to overcome the existing views on manliness. Then, one gender awareness will be changed. And this breaks one's image where men and women should be, such as a man works, woman does housework. Makeup opens up our possibility and encourages us to live our lives just the way we truly are, free from gender stereotypes. By this, a livable society for everyone will be built. I believe through makeup, we can take the first step to a truly gender-free society. At last, I would like to tell him, hey boy, don't worry, your future will be brighter than now. Thank you for listening.
大坂さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆さんに、質問をお願いしたいと思います。Questions? 安越さん、please.
Okay. In Japan, there are many school regulations that doesn't allow students to express themselves. What do you think about those school regulations?
I think some of them are harmful because nowadays it's becoming very serious problem that is called black school rules. And actually, in my school, it's not like that. In my school, there's no school uniform. Oh. And I think my school encouraged us to show our personalities and identities rather than uniform them. And actually, I feel very comfortable with my school. And many of schools should be like this.
Can you wear your makeup when you are at school?
Yeah, it's with like, I can do that.
Wow, that's good school. Thank you.
Hiroto-san, thank you for your presentation. I found the way you analyzed it to be excellent. You were very deep in the way you talked about culture, society, and the structure. I really was impressed. Let me ask you, what country influences you, the systems in the country? For example, what comes to my mind is K-pop and South Korea. Is that part of the things that influence your thinking? Or would you say there's more other things maybe in the United States or Europe?
Yeah, actually, K-pop was one of it because actually I started makeup seeing the cosmetic advertisement of men from cosmetic company of Korea. And he looked so gorgeous rather than not only being cute. and he was so attractive, and I felt like I wanted to be like him. And I can say that Korean cosmetic company really influenced me.
Great. Thank you for your presentation and your explanation.
ありがとうございました。大阪さんどうもありがとうございました。ですね、安越さん、学校時代にこの校則は嫌だっていうのはありましたか？
いや、すごかったですよ。私が行ってた中学校とかは、全員坊主だったんですね、強制的に。で、先生がね、この頭の上にこう手を置いて、先生の指の間から髪の毛が出てると、真ん中にバリカンをずっと入れられるんですよ。そうすると恥ずかしいから散髪行かなくちゃいけない。すごかったですね、昔はね。すごいでしょ。
Was there any special school rules that when you grew up, Steve?
Oh, back in the United States.
Was there any?
Did you have any kind of school regulations that are unreasonable like that?
I understood the question.
Yes, of course.
日本語の質問なかなか来ないですね。
いや、日本語でどうぞ。
Okay, next time we'll do that.
日本語でも。
But we have just a short time and we have our next speaker. But I think that I disliked the uniform. We had to wear white shirt and blue pants. And I didn't like it when I went to middle school, but when I went to high school, I really started to understand that it's easier to have a uniform sometimes. So there's a balance. There is a balance, I think. And the teacher told me that in high school. So when you can say the reason for the rules, it makes the rules much easier. You know that 頭越し、いや、ルールだから。That's what I think needs to change. If we don't change the rules, just the reasoning.
すべてのルールには理由が必要だということですね。はい、それではですね、午前中の最後のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは久留米大学附設高等学校宮崎理子さんです。宮崎さん、お願いいたします。
What does this word, soy sauce and music, bring to mind for you? To be more precise, does vibration of music affect the microbes? When I was in the 9th grade, I was interested in the theory that a food made to listen to music becomes more delicious. Look at this picture. This is sake, which is made to listen to Mozart's music. I was also interested in soy sauce, so I researched whether the music's vibration affect the microbes that make soy sauce. And the answer was yes. Then I became curious about what kind of vibration is the best for the microbes. Today, I'd like to talk about my further experiments. To start with, I decided to examine which is better, a continuous vibration or an intermittent vibration. I tried two methods in order to study the best vibration. One was to examine each microbe that makes soy sauce. The other was to make my original soy sauce, which listened to Mozart's music. This was experiment 1. First, I made yeast listen to music through earphones while it was fermenting, and made 3 samples: the yeast without music, the yeast with intermittent music, and the yeast with continuous music. Next, I diluted them, put them on Asia plates, and then incubated them for 24 hours. Finally, I counted colonies to find out how many microbes were in the soil. Take a look at these pictures. It is clear that the sample which listened to intermittent music contains a larger amount of yeast than that listening to continuous music. This shows that an intermittent music vibration stimulates is more than a continuous one. To make this result more persuasive, I will repeat this experiment. I also want to experiment on the same way on the other microbes that make soy sauce. Let's move on to experiment 2. I made my original soy sauce with a kit. First, I mixed soybeans, wheat, koji mold, and salt water. Next, I stir this mixture at a proper frequency. During the brewing, I attached earphones outside the container and made the sauce listen to music. After around 6 months, I strained the mixture to obtain the soy sauce. This video shows how long it took to make the fermentation active. With continuous music, it took 43 days. With intermittent music, 61 days. Without music, 67 days. That means fermentation with music's vibration becomes active earlier than that without vibration. To sum up, I got 2 results. First, an intermittent vibration of music stimulates yeast more than a continuous one. Second, with vibration of the music, fermentation becomes active earlier than that without vibration. These results conclude that giving vibration for a certain period has a positive effect on microbes. Now, how can I make a change? My research may not change the world directly. However, I believe it can change someone's mind. I combined soy sauce with music, and I think people rarely come upon the combination. I avidly researched and was able to find the thing which no one had found before. So, no matter how eccentric the theme appears, you can research on it and find a new thing. For instance, I've made a change in my school by establishing Soy Sauce Club. Now it has 10 members. I've changed my friends into interested in soy sauce. This is a photo of comparison. And last month, my club discussed with a soy sauce company. They gave us a lot of advice on experiments, so all the members are looking forward to making use of it. Like this, I'm altering close people and close things for now. But it might become a big change. I'm excited about what result I will find if I pursue the theme like this. I'll continue to research to clarify what kinds and lengths of music are the best for microbes. Thank you for listening.
宮崎さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆さん、質問をお願いいたします。高橋さん、どうぞ。
Thank you, Riko-san. That was amazing. I was impressed by your uniqueness, soy sauce, music. You know, some people say a genius is a person who can combine 2 different things, and that is what you just did today. So my question is, why do you think music can affect the activity and the growth of microbes? Yeah, of course, nobody knows why, but why do you think that happens?
I think music's vibration cause a positive effect on microbes because when microbes were moved at proper frequency, the enzyme becomes more effective. Then the microbes can active can move more actively. I think that result. I think it is for the reason why microbes becomes active more actively by music.
Okay, thank you very much, Riko-san.
Thank you very much. I was very impressed by your experiment and the results that you came up with. I also believe that music and rhythm, for example, is something which is at the very basis of our universe, of our human lives and everything else put together. One question I have is, as a result, have you found any difference in the taste of the soy sauce?
Yes, I asked 40 people, which do you like, the sauce which listened to music or the sauce made without music, and the standard was 5 base taste: sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami. And I also asked scent, and 30 people answered that they liked the sauce which listened to music. I also asked soy sauce sommelier in Fukuoka. He said that there are actually difference between the sauce listening to music and without music.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。宮崎さん、どうもありがとうございました。以上で個人部門10校の発表が終了いたしました。一旦個人部門の審査時間とさせていただきまして、13時より午後1時よりチーム部門のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。どうぞ最後までお付き合いください。ありがとうございました。
From the account vehicles.
As you can see,
we practice, we can begin.
It may seem like a disease at the first glance, but it is not recognized as a disease at present.
So our poster is about sex education in Vietnam, and we bring up a lot of information about like how was it remain over 20 years, and there's the really emergency problems in my country.
To the quality of life of Vietnam or the Department of Education in Vietnam specifically.
模型を作ったり、回転数を計測したりするその実験はもちろん大変だったんですけども、自分のやってることを信じて続けていくこと、それが一番難しかったと思います。
We have a really great time here. We find friends. We create the friendship between other many countries like Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and many kind of things. And we also have the chance to share our project to the judge, to our friends, and also sharing the information between the global issue and science.
Hi, I must say it has been a very successful competition globally.
These four things, everything on top would qualify.
Global Link's an amazing opportunity where students from overseas countries and domestic areas come together to discuss ways to improve the world.
グローバルリンクの目的は英語のプレゼンテーションを通じて、お互いの理解を高めて、コミュニケーション能力を高めて世界の未来を一緒に作っていくということを目的にしています。
It's important to talk about the environment because there's a lot of issues that not many people know about.
I can talk to students from other countries and communicating with them is very fun.
It's really important to learn about things that are going on in our lives. Even though we're not adults yet, we soon are going to be the adults of the world.
Well, it's an honour for Tangalooma to have our domestic and international students here over the next couple of days to participate in Global Link.
It's great to see what we consider not only environmentally aware students, but our next generation of environmental leaders.
Thanks for all involved in this event. For the students and the teachers from Australia, China, and Japan.
Tangalooma is a really good place to hold Global Link because it's right next to a capital city, it's very easy to get to, and it has a reputation worldwide as an amazing destination to come to when you want to see a pristine environment and a well-managed resort.
検知効果という言葉があるんですけれども、教室の中だけでは生まれてこない、表現力だとかアイデアだとか場所を移してっていうところでさらに言っちゃうとこういうリゾートというか、島で行うことによる効果というのはすごく期待しています。
Global Link has been a huge success in Singapore and it's reached the point now where it's overbooked, and so we are seen as being the second version of what has been a great success in Singapore.
Each year we host over 20,000 international and domestic students on our student programs. Global Link's an extension of that. It's fantastic for cultural exchange of these students, and also it enables us to learn what are other schools and countries teaching.
Tangalooma is a very beautiful place. There are very beautiful seas and there are very beautiful trees and skies. This is the very good point when we make presentation in Tangalooma.
There's such a vast variety of marine life here that we can learn about, as well as it's a lovely place to connect with the nature.
I really enjoyed dolphin feeding.
Oh, my penis!
I'm addicted to sandboarding.
We're meeting other people who are kind of the same as us. We all care about the environment, and I think that's pretty cool.
Global Link is a venue for international and domestic discussion. The students coming through are going to be the leaders of many countries worldwide in the future.
日本でもソサイティ 5.0 を目指した社会づくりというところも国全体の課題となっていますので、若い人たちにじゃあどうしていけばいいのっていうような場を設けていこうと。その意思として会社で培っているものであります。
そうですね、今回クイーンズランドでの大会に出て本当に環境について研究している人は来ることをお勧めします。本当にここもすごく海もありますし自然もあり、あと砂漠とかもありまして、すごい自然豊かで環境面でもすごく考えられるようなツアーにもなりましたし、大会自体も SDGs の14番15番にフォーカスした環境メインでのことになりますので、環境をテーマに研究している人は本当に来た方がいいと思います。
We had fun because we met new people from different countries that we didn't know before.
I learned and I can make our earth more beautiful.
グローバルリンクに参加することでいろんなこの美しい景色を見ながら海外との生徒と実際に交流ができて、実際に彼らからすごくいろんな刺激をもらうこともできたので、国際的な、国際力みたいなのを得る点で、すごくいい経験になったなと思っています。なのでもしそういった、海外の人たちと会って喋ってみたいという方には、ぜひ、このグローバルリンクに、参加したらいいのかなと思います。
お待たせいたしました。第3回チェンジメーカーアウォーズ午後のプレゼンテーションを始めていきたいと思います。ここからの審査員といたしまして、グローバルリンク賞をご提供していただいております株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長の及川秀明様にご参加いただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking forward to your presentation. お願いします。
ありがとうございます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。さて、ここからはチーム部門10校が登場いたします。どんなプレゼンテーションが聞けるのでしょうか。楽しみですね。それでは早速1組目のプレゼンターにご登場いただきましょう。1組目は東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校 KMA の皆さんです。お願いいたします。
ちょっと置いて
When the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, schools closed and we were all forced to stay at home. I began to spend hours and hours on the internet and my daily life was out of balance. Assuming that internet addiction was spreading worldwide, we conducted a research project last year. Today, let us explain some surprising facts about internet addiction and a solution we came up to.
Although the internet is useful, excessive use of it can worsen the quality of our lives in the form of addiction. It causes various problems such as insomnia, depression, social isolation, and more. 900,000 junior high and high school students were assumed to be addicted in 2018 Japan. This is about 14% of all of them, and the numbers are increasing. From the research results by the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, we can see how the number of addicts increased from 2012 to 2017. And this is the result of the survey that we have conducted last summer. We have asked the same set of questions to 658 students and found out that the rate of addicts were remarkably high. This is possibly due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, there was a notable increase in mild addicts. They are the people who are on the verge of becoming severe addicts. Pre-existing medical treatments are mainly focused on severe addicts, and society is not focusing enough on curing the larger group, mild addicts. Due to this, many students today are left to carry their burdens alone.
So now, let us talk about how and why internet addiction happens. According to studies, 2 vicious cycles cause internet addiction. The first cycle is from stimulative visuals and sounds, for instance, in online video games and social media. To gain as much of your time and attention, thousands of engineers have designed these things maximally stimulating. In fact, as your dopamine levels rise, your brain will unconsciously crave for greater stimulation. This is why many people fall into behavioral addiction very easily. The second cycle is from depression, anxiety, and stress. For example, please imagine a scenario in which you are exhausted from schoolwork. At first, you might start using the internet to escape from the stressful reality. But as you waste too much time and attention on the internet, you will fall farther behind at school. Without having your underlying problems resolved, you will have greater stress and will want to escape into the internet again. So based on this, we've defined the following conditions in order to find a good solution. The solution should be able to break the cycle of craving ever greater stimulation and the cycle of depression, anxiety, and stress. Moreover, it should be something easy to practice in daily life, unlike medical treatments.
After researching and brainstorming for solutions, we found out a Danish lifestyle called hygge. To describe it simply, hygge is the quality of coziness in daily life. Enjoying hygge is a traditional custom to most people in Denmark. They consciously share cozy moments with the people around them. Some typical hygge would be things like enjoying meals, cuddling in front of a fireplace, or playing board games with friends and families. Therefore, we thought that hygge would have the potential to fulfill the aforementioned conditions in order to cure internet addiction. This was our hypothesis. Real-life activities will free you from the vicious cycle of stimulation, and face-to-face interactions will effectively relieve depression, anxiety, and stress.
So our action to verify this hypothesis took place in October. Based on things we learned from interviews with Danes, we hosted an online event that introduced hygge to students at our school. Among the participants, 9 volunteers agreed to do an experiment that required 3 weeks of practicing hygge. Before and after the 3 weeks, they answered several questions regarding internet addiction. This is a picture of one of the participants doing hygge with her family. After the 3 weeks, we analyzed the questionnaire results and found significant changes in all of them.
First of all, we found out that the implementation of hygge in their lives resulted in a lower rate of internet addiction. Also, we found out that the implementation of hygge leads to a lower rate of symptoms related to stimulation and a lower rate of depression, anxiety, and stress. In fact, scientific studies prove that face-to-face interactions let the brain produce oxytocin and serotonin, a chemical that relieves stress and brings happiness. Additionally, the time spent on digital media for entertainment purposes decreased, and the satisfaction of hygge increased. Most volunteers described hygge as a pleasant experience and as something easy to practice. Therefore, we were able to verify our hypothesis that Hyuga could effectively cure internet addiction.
Earlier this year, we compiled our experiment results into a research paper of 20 pages. The essence of the research paper will be uploaded onto our upcoming website. We intend on making this website into a platform where people, addicts, and organizations can connect to each other. They will be able to share as well as learn more about Hyuga to solve this problem of internet addiction. We also welcome your creative ideas on how to spread Hyuga, so please scan this QR code if you are interested. In conclusion, the internet has distanced people physically and mentally, but we can say that the Danish lifestyle of Hyuga is giving us a clue on how to retrieve the natural state of being human again. We strongly hope that you will give it a try. These are the references. Thank you.
慶明の皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。それではここからは審査員の皆さんに質問をお願いいたします。審査員の皆様いかがでしょうか。Okay, Mr. Wilson.
Yes. So thank you for not only your presentation, but for raising this concern. It's something particularly in the world of COVID that I believe has gotten even worse, and the impact has been exacerbated. My initial question to you is, how would you define internet addiction? Is it based on the number of hours per day, or is it based on other factors? What makes someone addicted to the internet?
Well, the way we define internet addiction is various, but for our research, we used a test called Internet Addiction Test, which was created by a psychologist in Pittsburgh University. And so from that test, we could define what was internet addiction. So yes, that is how we defined internet addiction. I don't think it is limited to the time or your attitude, but all those things as a total.
Okay, thank you.
次の質問お願いします。安越先生お願いします。
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I might have to be very careful. I might be addicted to the internet. I might be addicted to SNS like Facebook and Clubhouse. And my question is, how do you utilize SNS services in a positive way? You talked enough about the negative side, so let's talk about the positive aspects.
Okay, so we thought that the negative aspects of SNS is that us constantly craving for content. And one example could be people just binge searching on social media services for more content. But I think that we could positively use SNS or any other social media services for spreading information as fast as possible, because they are a better way to spread information than on websites. So I think we can spread information really effectively through SNS. So I guess that is a positive way to use these services.
Also, if we just be careful on not trying to fall into this vicious cycle, that will be helpful for us to use it more positively.
Do you utilize SNS in your studies?
Yes, of course. In fact, when we prepared this presentation, we used the internet to share our files. And that is one of the positive sides of internet too. We can connect with each other fast and easy. And yes, but we do need to be careful not to fall into this spiral.
Okay, yeah, I'll be careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we seem to have one more question. つばさんお願いします。
Well done, KMA.
Thank you.
Well, I'm wondering that if you have the answer, this addiction is only among young people like you, or among anybody, and that's just my first question. And the second one is, are there any difference even among young people living in an urban city or in the countryside?
Can I answer the first one? So the first question was,
well, we mainly focused on young people because we are close to them, and it was also easier to gather students in order to let them implement Hyuga. But we also think that other generations also have a tendency to be addicted as well. Although I think they get addicted onto different aspects, especially among young people. I think online video games and social media is definitely a more addictive thing. Although for people, although for adults, especially who have the ability to pay money, I think they rather get addicted to games or any online services that you have to pay in order to content.
And the second question was there any difference in teens in urban cities and rural areas? But honestly, we can't answer that question because we don't have connections with students in the rural areas. So we're sorry that we can't answer that. But since the internet is spreading worldwide and anywhere, including rural areas and urban areas, I don't think there is much difference in them.
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございました。東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校 KMA の皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターへ移りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターはカリタス女子高等学校ティームマックスの皆さんになります。
Hello everyone. We are Satako, Mao, Saki and Maya from Caritas High School. Welcome to our presentation. Fair trade, the new standard. Did you drink a cup of coffee this morning? First, I want all of you to think about the product that you consume every day, such as coffee and chocolate. Have you ever thought about who produces these coffee beans and cocoa beans? Imagine this situation. Buy a cup of coffee for 300 yen. How much do you think the producers can get from this? The answer is only about 3 yen, which is about 1% of the selling price. It is attributed to child labor and poverty. Now, there is a solution that can change this unfair reality. It is the fair trade movement. It tackles environmental problems and poverty by means of business.
By the way, we studied about fair trade at school and was shocked to know that producers of cocoa beans didn't know the final products of their work. Through a study abroad program we took part in 2 years ago, we learned the importance of actively getting involved. So we decided to approach fair trade in order to apply what we learned and to be able to not only to be, but also to do.
According to Fair Trade Japan, fair trade is closely linked with almost all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Fair trade not only secures proper incomes, but addresses environmental issues. Specifically, fair trade opposes production methods that depend on environmental toxins, mass equipment, and oil. Therefore, CO2 emission reduction can be achieved, and we can slow down or stop global warming. As a result, it leads to attaining the 15th goal of SDGs, namely, life on land. In this manner, fair trade contributes to SDGs.
So, what can we do to raise more awareness about fair trade? Our first step was to find out what people generally think about fair trade. So we asked people in Japan and foreign countries to answer our questionnaire. We prepared 9 questions related to fair trade. Surprisingly, the percentage of people who knew about this movement was nearly the same. But there was a difference in answers between Japanese and non-Japanese in the question. Have you ever bought fair trade products? Look at this chart. 80% of people in other countries answered yes, and Japanese, 60%.
Based on this result, we made a poster with the original Fairtrade logo in order to promote purchases of these products. We asked 3 Starbucks stores to put up our poster. The reason behind our decision to do this was to raise awareness of these products among various age groups. These are the photos of our posters.
After that, we analyzed the data we collected further and discovered 2 reasons why Japanese people don't buy Fairtrade products unlike non-Japanese consumers. So now we are going to talk about these reasons. As the first reason, we can say that the majority of Japanese people don't trust the Fairtrade system very much. According to the result of our questionnaire, 40% of people in other countries answered yes, while the Japanese 60%. To the question, have you ever had doubts whether money made through Fairtrade reaches the producer? There are 20% more people who don't trust the Fairtrade system than in other countries. So we think the lack of trust in Fairtrade is one of the reasons.
Now, we 4 have reasons to assure you that you can trust this movement. We interviewed the staff of Papertree, which is the biggest furniture company in Japan, to verify that money made through Fairtrade in fact does reach producers. These are the chocolate made by Papertree. In truth, Fairtrade organizations build a relationship of trust by visiting the site and keeping in touch with producers regularly. Furthermore, an official organization, Fairtrade Japan, conducts a strict investigation without the previous notice from time to time. These are the audit details of the investigations. So for these reasons, we can say that Fairtrade can be trustworthy. Later, we demonstrated the reliability of Fairtrade to all students and teachers who answered our questionnaire. We believe it led to increased confidence in these products.
There is another reason why Japanese people don't buy Fairtrade products. Certainly, familiar restaurants such as Hamazushi and Sukiya have taken in Fairtrade products recently. However, the total number of stores which have Fairtrade products is still low. In addition, even in stores with Fairtrade products, you may have trouble finding those items. However, we all want more companies to adopt these products. It is beneficial for them to sell Fairtrade products because corporations can get better reputations by emphasizing to consumers that they contribute to society and the environment. These are our thoughts based on the interview. The next action we took was to sell Fairtrade chocolate at a primary school we graduated from. This is to familiarize young students with Fairtrade products. As many as 584 chocolates were sold at a time. We were also excited to know that some of the students had researched about Fairtrade. They even gave us a letter that said, "Thank you for letting us know about Fairtrade." So, let's set Fairtrade as a new standard through our actions. You can find Fairtrade products in stores around you if you pay attention. You don't have to buy these products every day, but only once in a while. Your shopping preferences will change the world. Why don't you start by changing your coffee to a Fairtrade certified one? Thank you for listening.
カリタス女子高等学校ティームマックスの皆さんで Fairtrade New Standards というプレゼンテーションをしていただきました。それでは質問に移りたいと思います。審査員の皆様いかがでしょうか。Please.
Thank you for your presentation. That was nice. And I can see your passion for fair trade. Yeah, that really came through. It was very nice how you kept passing the microphone. It was like synchronized swimming. Now I don't know who to ask the question to, so I'll ask all of you. Can I just start by asking you to explain the logo behind you? Yes, can you explain that? Mm-hmm.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. So.
To the left, right there. Perfect.
So this logo we made consists of the letters of fair trade, and and forms heart shapes, and the letter of E expresses the chocolate, and these drops represent the tears of exploited producers. We made this logo to make more people in the world feel happy and warm through fair trade movements. Yes, that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. That's a warm-up question. Let me ask one more. Do all of your parents follow fair trade very strictly? You must have some people who don't follow fair trade. What do you say to people who don't buy fair trade products that you've met? Do you say, Mom, what are you doing with this? How do you deal with that? Can you share me a story or an episode?
We don't say all people have to buy fair trade products every day, but only once in a while. There are a lot of high quality fair trade products. So I want a lot of people to have opportunity to know how wonderful fair trade products are. So I just want a lot of people to challenge to buy fair trade products.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
ありがとうございます。Any other questions, please? Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My family has not been so conscious of this fair trade. Could you give my family some advice about fair trade other than choosing the right kind of coffee? What can we do and where can we start? The first step.
First step, you should buy chocolate from People Tree, as we said in the presentation, because they sell really high quality chocolate, and the chocolate made from not only cocoa beans but like raw sugar. Raw sugar made really tasty, and they have many flavors. So a lot of people can choose their favorite flavors.
Okay, thank you. We will.
Thank you very much. One last
Thank
question.
you.
One last question. Yosei Sensei.
Okay. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Just one question. What got you interested in dealing with this idea of fair trade? And also another point is, what you think is a good method to try to get the Japanese people more interested in fair trade? What was the initial experience you had in dealing with this issue, this problem?
So, for the first question, we learned about fair trade at English school, and also we watched a video about fair trade, and then the one boy, a little boy, said, what is chocolate? And so we were very surprised to know that they have never tasted chocolate, because in Japan, almost everyone have eaten chocolate. So we are very interested in that fact and decided, as we said in the presentation, we wanted to take action and actively getting involved. So we decided to approach fair trade.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Team Max の皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは武蔵野大学高等学校タクトの皆さんです。
Children don't need to learn about LGBT issues because they have a lot of other things that they need to learn, like English or fractions. Last fall, a certain counselor said this. Is it true? Do you think that children don't need to learn what LGBT is?
According to a survey conducted by Yasuharu Hidaka from Takarazuka University. Around 49% of LGBT kids report being verbally harassed. As you can see, so many children have been suffering from bullying. We interviewed several LGBT people to learn about their experiences. We asked, have you ever experienced bullying because of your sexual orientation or gender identity as a student? Most of them answered that they were made fun of for their sexuality. Also, we asked, what did your teacher say when you came out about your sexuality? Some of them answered that their teachers responded with care, but others answered that their teachers said, do you want me to give you special treatment? This is the reality. Some teachers are unreliable for LGBT kids.
So what is the main causes of these circumstances? Generally, low awareness of LGBT among children is regarded as the biggest cause of bullying. However, we consider that one potential cause is lack of LGBT awareness among adults. This is because children are influenced by adults such as parents or teachers.
Based on this idea, we did a street-corner questionnaire at Musasakai Station to learn how much people understand what LGBT is. Look at the result. 64% of the people said they know little about LGBT. From this figure, we found that awareness among adults was low. So, we decided to raising awareness among adults in order to decrease LGBT bullying.
We have been doing 2 awareness-raising activities since last summer. First, we opened an Instagram and a Twitter account. Through our posts, we want to make people increase their knowledge and take action to change the world. We strongly believe that it is important not only for LGBT people, but also for us allies to keep raising our voices for LGBT people's rights.
Next, we established our organization and launched our website. In this website, we introduced our activities and recruit staff. And we also wrote some articles about the interview we did. The reason why we established our organization is because we wanted to act widely. Now, we are able to cooperate with other people and organizations. And we are focusing on building connection with other people.
Here is our new project, Coffee by Tact. In this project, we will put specially designed coffee cup sleeves in convenience stores. Please look at the screen. These are the designs. As you can see, the message is 49% of these kids are bullied because of their sexuality.
We are planning to make 10,000 cup sleeves and put them in 200 convenience stores beside coffee maker for 3 years. We decided to end this coffee cup sleeve project for 3 reasons.
Firstly, coffee is popular among adults, and our goal is to raise adult awareness. The popularity of convenience store coffee has been increasing. Especially last year, because of the corona pandemic, many cafes were closed and convenience store sales dramatically increased. So, this project is a good way to give our sleeves to a large number of people. Secondly, coffee sleeves catch people's attention more than flyers. When people see flyers at convenience stores, they usually ignore them. However, coffee sleeves are commonly used, so people naturally take them. Lastly, coffee sleeves are visible, not only to the people who purchase the coffee, but also to others in a work or social setting.
From this project, we expected increased LGBT awareness for those who had never been interested in the topic. Many organizations like ours usually hold lectures to raise awareness. However, people who attend the lecture are already interested in LGBT. This means our project is more effective in raising awareness. We're searching for a company to create our sleeves. We're working hard to put sleeves in convenience stores as soon as possible. We hope it will make a big impact on many adults.
Right now, we only take action in Japan. In the near future, we are going to take action in the whole world to help LGBT kids as much as possible. We will continue our research to learn the causes of bullying in different countries, and we will continue our educational efforts.
We're confident that we can help LGBT kids because we believe in the end, love wins. Love exists no matter whether you're heterosexual, gay, lesbian, or any other sexuality. We hope many people who agree with this belief will join with us and support LGBT children all over the world. Thank you.
武蔵野大学高等学校タクトの皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは質問タイムに移らせていただきます。審査員の皆様、any questions? つぶやさんお願いします。
Tact, thank you very much for your interesting and wonderful presentation. Well, just a couple questions. Your inquiry-based questions for getting data, that you ask those questions to the students at your school or including the other school students? That's my first question. And the second question is, how many students did you ask? Could you hear me?
Yes. For our survey, we did our questionnaire at Musashi Sakai Station, and we asked 211 people.
Okay. So it's not only the students, and it's just including all the genders and.
It's not. We took our surveys for people in their 20s to 70s, so it's not only students.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, please? Okay, Yasukochi-sensei, please.
Hi. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And you mentioned bullying in your presentation. And my question is, what measures does your school take to prevent bullying, to stop bullying? Unfortunately, bullying happens in many schools. But I want to ask you about what your school does to stop bullying.
Our school have survey every year to know whether the students have been suffering from bullying or not, and our teachers always respond us with cares. So yes.
Also, our school have uniform, but some uniforms are not formal as an option. So our school principal will normalize the option uniform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question. Steve, please.
I'll give a shot. Yes, hi there. Thank you for your presentation. So I'm the third one. I guess I need to be very quick, but I wanted to ask you your slogan for the coffee mugs. I'm sorry, the coffee accessory. What was that slogan? I didn't see it on the screen. Could you just first clarify that?
We wrote on the coffee cup sleeves.
Yeah.
49% of these kids are bullied because of their sexuality.
I understand.
Yeah.
Continue. Please continue. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please continue. 48%. I understand. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You're doing an awareness campaign, and that's very, very important. It's hard to measure success. But when you did this, you interviewed over 200 people. You had social media. You had a social media account. You must have gotten some feedback from Japanese people about their true feelings, 本音, about LGBT. What is the feeling out there? Can you share with us something that you found?
They said we wanted aside from opinions such as for and against. We wanted everyone to know that LGBT exists and that is normal.
And one of my friends in class follows our Instagram account, and she showed interest because of our posts. So she searched it by herself, and after that she told me that your project is very interesting.
Okay, well, since you speak English, I'm sure you can collect more and more information and share information, and I look forward to what you'll do in the future. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
タクトの皆さんどうもありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターへ移りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは枝川学園砦高等学校キャットの皆さんです。
Hi everyone, Sakura here. It's now time for Cat News. In 2018, more than 19,000 people got heat stroke in Japan. Today, heat island effect in Japan is getting worse and worse. In schools, more and more students are collapsing due to heat stroke while practicing for club activities or sports events. Japan needs some ideas of this major issue. We are happy today to invite Dr. Kamisawa and Mr. Tachigami to our show.
Hi Sakura, thank you for having us.
So, Mr. Tachigami, what can we do to win the fight against heat stroke?
Today, I'd like to share with you all an incredible solution that my team and I have been working on to combat heat stroke. I'm talking about EV cars and vehicles. We believe and we have evidence to support this that EVs will help inhibit heat stroke. This all started last summer when my staff members and I saw our close friend collapse and almost died from heat stroke. This made us realize how serious the problem was becoming. We immediately started to think of how to reduce the number of patients suffering from heat stroke.
This is very important work in your team are doing, Mr. Tachigami. And for all our viewers who don't know, this is also related to SDGs Initiative Number 3, Good Health and Well-being, isn't it?
That's right, Sakura. The goal of SDGs Initiative Number 3 is to notice and inform the public about such situations and strengthen their ability to live and suppress them. Not only that, our work also relates to SDGs Initiative Number 13, Climate Action. The aim of this goal is to combat climate change and its impacts by regulating emissions and promoting developments in renewable energy.
This all sounds great. Can you tell us more details about the research and experiments?
Of course. So, did you know that 22% of artificial exhaust heat, which is the main cause of heat stroke in the city, is produced by gasoline cars? And according to Tokai University, EVs emit less heat than the gasoline cars. So we wondered if EVs could be a solution to inhibiting heat stroke. Now I'm going to have my fellow researcher, Dr. Kamisawa, explain our experiment in more detail.
Hello, I'm researcher Dr. Kamisawa. Today, I'd like to tell you about our experiment checking how much heat emissions EV can reduce. Our team got access to an EV car, a hybrid car, and a gasoline-powered car. We turned on the heater to 25 degrees Celsius in each for 5 minutes. After that, we measured the difference in exhaust temperature rise between them. Here's the result. After having the heater on for 5 minutes, a gasoline car raised the exhaust temperature by 3.9 degrees, and the hybrid car raised it by 2.9 degrees, and finally, an EV car raised it by only 0.9 degrees. Now, let's think about 90 minutes, which is the average driving time in Japan. In this calculation, we consider the area of our experiment and the thermal conductivity from asphalt to air. We can expect a gasoline car will raise the overall surrounding temperature by 3.85 degrees, and a hybrid car will raise it by 2.86 degrees, and finally, an EV car will raise it by only 0.88 degrees. So, it's clear that EVs are much friendlier to the environment than other cars. Well, that's incredible. But I feel like EVs aren't so common in Japan these days, right? We searched our tackler to check the current situation. We gave a survey about cars to the parents of 200 students at our school. And we got 675 replies. And from this data, we found that 93% of the respondents had a car, and among them, 74% had a gasoline car, but only 5% had an EV car. That's too bad. It seems difficult to make people see the benefit of an EV society, doesn't it? It sure does. However, we found something interesting. When we asked the question, what kind of car will you buy next time? EV were chosen by the most people, accounting for 36% of the answers. And also from the survey, the biggest reason why people don't buy EVs is that EVs are too expensive. However, by considering the subsidies of the government and the low insurance fees and so on, EVs are not so expensive compared with other cars. We believe that by informing people about the correct information on EVs, more and more people will buy them. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Are you doing something currently?
Well, we distributed our newspaper detailing heat stroke, our research, and the merits of EVs to the families of those who cooperated in our survey.
That sounds like a good start, guys. But isn't opting only at the scope is limited?
Well, in order to promote our research in EVs on a larger scale, we took to the internet to make a website and multiple social media accounts. Some of the topics we will promote are diffusion rates of EVs, attraction points of EVs, economic effects of EVs, and much more. It's our dream to get as many people as possible interested in EVs through experiments and social media.
Well, you've already convinced me. Right after our show, I'm going to sell my old gasoline car to get a brand new EV one. So, how can the people find and follow you and the amazing team on social media?
Just search for Cap News on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and you can check us out at these URLs.
For everyone watching, make sure to check them out. There is a lot of interesting information about EVs. Now, let's review today's talk. In the experiment, Dr. Kamisawa and Mr. Tachigami showed us how EVs can lower the overall surrounding temperature by about 2 degrees because they can inhibit heat island effect. This can hopefully lead to many people being spared from heat stroke. That's a wonderful thing. Some of our viewers may be reluctant to buy EVs, but before giving up on EVs, please check and follow the Cat News social media accounts on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Mr. Tachigami and Dr. Kamisawa, thank you for coming today and being great guests. Now, let's keep up the fight against heat stroke, everyone. Stay cool. Bye.
キャットの皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは質問タイムに移りたいと思います。審査員の皆さん、please, Matthew.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Very informative and very timely. One of the obstacles with EV is the number of charging stations. There are many gasoline stands in Japan, but I see very few EV charging stations, particularly in comparison to the United States, where I am from. What is your solution to having more charging stations for EVs in Japan?
Sorry, excuse me, but we have two mistakes in the summary and in the presentation. So may I correct it first?
Sure.
Firstly, in our summary of the Japanese version, we wrote that 9,000 people got heat stroke in Japan. But in a correct version, the number is 19,000. Secondly, in our presentation, we say that we did a questionnaire to 2,000 students, but that's wrong. We did a questionnaire to 1,200 students, and we got 675 replies. Sorry for making these mistakes. That's all. Thank you.
Now let me explain about your question. And according to Automobile Business Association of Japan, nowadays there are more than 30,000 infrastructures for EV. 30,000. It means that we already have enough infrastructure for EV charging. Also, as our questionnaire showed, more and more people will buy EV because they are interested in buying EV. So we believe that the more people buy EV, the more infrastructure of EV stations will be made. So we believe that it is not big problem about the infrastructure for EV.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Kochi-sensei, please.
Okay, and Japanese government and European governments are trying to change all the vehicles into EVs in several years, or maybe, 10 years. So, do you think it is possible? And what do you think is the biggest obstacle other than charging stations?
Okay, so we think that the biggest problem about EVs is that many people have wrong information about EVs. Today, the technology of EVs are very high, so it is not a problem. But we think that it is a big problem that many people are misunderstanding about EVs. So in our social media accounts, we want to deliver correct information on EVs, and we want more and more people to know about the correct information on EVs. Then we believe that EVs can be a good solution to heat island effect, and then save people from heat stroke.
Okay, thank you.
And one more question from please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I can see the relationship between the heat stroke and the issue that you brought up. But is gasoline the only driving gasoline cars the only reason for heat stroke? Are there other reasons that we might have to address as well? What do you think?
I think the gasoline is not only, but it is the main reason of the heat island effect. So it means that by doing so, we can stop the heat island effect and save people. It has a big influence.
So we believe that it is very important to remove the main factor of heat island effect. Even if it is not the only factor of heat island effect, removing the heat emissions from gasoline cars will be a good solution to inhibiting heat stroke.
Okay, thank you very much.
どうもありがとうございました。キャットの皆さんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは次のプレゼンターへ移りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは三田国際学園高等学校コポストの皆さんです。
13 billion tons. This is the amount of food thrown away each year in the world. And surprisingly, this statistic is equivalent to 1/3 of the food produced within a year.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our presentation, Wide Potentials of Waste. As of today's presentation, we will be talking about three things. Firstly, the present situation of the food loss. Secondly, our action we need to alter this situation. And thirdly, a message we would like to convey to the world.
As we earlier stated, there are about 13 billion tons of food are thrown out annually around the world. In regards to Japan, there are about 647 million tons of food are wasted.
So, why is this situation of food loss a problem, and what are the consequences of this issue? Food waste ends up in landfills. The waste then eventually emits an immense amount of methane. Methane pollution from food waste is studied to be 25 times more harmful than CO2 emissions. This means that food waste contributes to global warming and such environmental issues.
Knowing about this shocking reality of the issue, we knew we had to do something. With this being our objective, we were determined to take action.
To alter this appalling situation, there was a need to come up with a solution that aims to reduce the amount of food waste. This is when we came up with the concept of composting. Composting is the process of enriching the soil by decomposing organic materials.
As you can see, we divided our action into three phases: composting, spreading awareness, and collaborating with the world.
For the first phase, we composted. As we researched further into composting, we found out that there are two significant categories of food waste: the inedible and edible food waste. Therefore, we carried out two types of compost. For the inedible food waste, a member from our group composted organic household food scraps, such as carrot peelings, the core of a radish, and etc. in her garden. For the edible food waste, we contacted Lawson, a convenience store, who for food supplies that were near the expiry date and unsold. With these unsold items, we composted in our school. Since we were concerned about the COVID-19 circumstances, we specifically targeted untouched food from the convenience stores.
From this action, we noticed that composting was rather easy to do. However, this project was only within a small community. We need more people to have an impact on the world, which brings us to the next phase. In the second phase, we decided to spread awareness by using Instagram and putting out posters in newspapers around the school.
As of Instagram, we are currently creating a daily post about the general knowledge of composting and what we're doing as this organization. Additionally, a girl from Canada has sent us a picture of what she's doing in order to reduce the amount of food waste. By looking at these shared comments and activities, we are sure that our actions are making changes to the world, not only here in Japan.
Another one is school newspaper and posters. After putting up the newspaper and the posters, we found out that 78% of the people now know what composting is, opposed to only 31% knew before putting it up.
Yet, acting and knowing is a different thing. We got to act with the world in order to cause a change. This brings us to the final part of our project, collaborating with the world. We have two ongoing projects, and one of them is working together with this organization called Novus. In this organization, they sell plants in order to raise awareness about global warming. And in that plant, they require soil, and this is why we decided to collaborate with them. With our soil and their idea, together we can appeal to the world.
The other project is to collaborate with the local farm. In this, we provide the farm nutritious soil from what we have composted. And in return, the farm will provide us decayed and unsold food. And with these materials, we compost again. By doing this, we will have this kind of symbiotic relationship where all of us will benefit from each other. By doing this, we will have a greater impact to the world in the long-term run.
Now, with that being said, what do you want to convey? What is the fundamental message of this presentation?
Well, at first, we just wanted to solve the global issue. We blindly assumed that if we composed, that would somewhat lead to solving that issue. However, as the project went along, we realized that what we truly want to do is to erase the concept of waste.
Now, I would like everyone to imagine a world where the earth is polluted, trash everywhere. All the animals are gone due to excessive heat from global warming. And we don't want that.
We want to live in a sustainable world where every resource in our planet is used with care and with responsibility.
And this is why we have to erase the concept of waste. And that is why we composted, so that we can tell the world that even trash can be beneficial, that even these food scraps can be beneficial. So next time when you're about to throw away something, look back, because that one trash may lead to a seed of an inspiration. Thank you.
コポストの皆さんどうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆さん質問をお願いします。つぶやさんお願いします。
Well done, Team Compost. I really enjoyed your presentation. Well, if we want to start this composting movement in your community, such as school or homes of all the students, how would you begin? What kind of steps would you do? Step 1, 2, 3, can you tell me?
So at first, we first need to spread awareness, and we have to know what composting is, and we have to know what our current situation of food loss is. And we first did that. And
Also, well, composting, firstly, we need some kind of trash, food waste, and we need that. And then we also have to get some kind of, like a box in order to put those stuff. And then with that and some kind of coal and other soil, we put it outside, and then we let it sit, and then, we have to stir it at some point. And then we also, actually, we need a long time. We need like 2 months to do it. Mm-hmm. So garbage and soil, we stir it and then leave it, stir it, and then it would gradually become a soil.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。Steve, did you have a question?
Well, I have asked other people this, so I'm going to ask you as well. What kind of things were you told when you tried to get people to adopt your idea? What were the things that people said? How did they say no, and how did you react? You talked to convenience stores, you talked to different people. What were some feelings out there that were resisting, and how did you deal with it?
Well, so we contacted with Lawson and other shops and organizations throughout this project, and surprisingly, they weren't really resistant. They were actually really open to our project, and we also got a lot of comments, messages from from the messages from Instagram. So they weren't really resistant, and our school was really open with this project as well, and they let us compost within our school too.
And there are some people who wanted to join our group.
Yeah.
Great. Well, it sounds like you've been very successful. Congratulations. You might want to try home centers as well. If people want to do composting at home, I wish you luck.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。So you have a question there, Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, so before coming to Japan, I was president of a big university in the United States in the state of Ohio. And I had a group of college students who wanted to change the world through composting. And I was very excited and encouraged them. And so I want to encourage you to continue to work in this area. The challenge that my students in Ohio ran into, though, was the costs associated with composting. What would you do, because the costs can be high with composting? What would your suggestion be?
We started out with for this project, we used our pocket money, but then maybe if we were to expand this project, maybe we can do like crowdfunding or get some help from other companies by becoming one of like ambassadors or collaborating with them.
Or even more charities from our school, students, or people on our school.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. どうもありがとうございました。コポストの皆さんでした。さて、Goodbye. Thank you very much. それでは次のプレゼンターへ移りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは育文館高等学校 TSG の皆さんです。
Hello, I'm Sayakane. I'm Sugahara Miel. In recent years, hundreds of thousands of foreign students have been coming to Japan. According to the Japan Student Services Organization, the number of foreign students in Japan stood at a record of about 310,000 as of 2019.
However, because the differences between culture, language, and race, a huge number of foreign students have certain difficulties in their lives in Japan, and we found that they usually feel stressful, anxious, and lonely. We did a survey of 45 foreign students. The participants were divided into these three groups according to the time that they live in Japan: 1 year or under, 2 or 3 years, 3 years and above. We asked them whether they have adapted to life in Japan, in progress, or whether they have negative feelings or mutual pursuing communications or feel unlimited from the society. From the result, as high as 94% of students in Group A are facing these problems. And then we searched the reasons that why they have these negative feelings.
Through our interviews, we found that many middle school foreign students are having difficulties entering new friend zone because of language. High school foreign students, however, are struggling with difference of mindset, which were formed in their own home country. These show that foreign students of different ages are facing different problems.
I transferred to Japanese middle school from China 4 years ago. At first, I had no friends to play with because I didn't understand Japanese at all. So I really sympathize with the people who feel frustrated and stressed, and I really want to help them. So I find my partner Miyu to help with me, and we finally found the solutions together. Our questionnaire shows that 100% of students in Group A who have been living in Japan less than a year want to have conversations with Japanese high school students. So you may ask, why are foreign students wanting to tell their worries to Japanese high school students? I will tell you the reasons. Firstly, foreigner high school students' family and friends in their home country may not understand Japan or Japanese culture, so they may not be able to give helpful advice that they need. Secondly, there are many organizations that could help foreign students to consult with and agonize over the questions. But there are some problems that are better to communicate with a student of same generation. So that's why we plan an online consultation platform. Foreign students could ask any questions and discuss their worries about Japanese life with Japanese high school students. And our team is called TSG, and this is our logo. We have currently recruited 13 Japanese and 4 foreign high school student volunteers. These 4 foreign high school student volunteers who have been living in Japan for many years and act as translators in our group. And also, they could share their experience like how to adapt to life in Japan.
To chat with them, you need to enter our official line. There are 3 choices when you first enter it. You can choose a Japanese high school student volunteer or foreign volunteer, or choose both of them. Next, you can even choose which gender to chat with. You can also choose which communication method you prefer, such as LINE, Gmail, phone call, or Zoom. Last, choose a time when you want to talk with. Then we will find a matching volunteer according to all the requests.
Seldomly, when a volunteer fails to answer the questions, we turn to international communication centers and Japanese language schools for help. Once a student requests to study Japanese in the long term, so we matched a local Japanese school for him. At the same time, we reached other 32 Japanese language schools in Tokyo. This enables us to provide similar school matching services for other students who want to learn Japanese. And also, language school could expand and engage our project into a bigger range.
Since we started our project in December 2020, we could manage to consult only 14 foreign students and support them to resolve their difficulties. One of the interviewees told us that with limited Japanese language skill, it is difficult to start a conversation with regular Japanese. But through speaking with Japanese high school students volunteers, he got more engaged into Japanese community.
Another solution we thought is to contact the foreign student before they come to Japan. This could potentially alleviate the concerns and worries. We have reached Shanghai Winlan High School in China and received consent for us to conduct a series of activities. And we are planning to put our thoughts into practice in next month.
We want to help foreign students integrate with their Japanese peers and into their communities.
And we firmly believe that we can expand our project into global scale where there will be a mutual understanding and respect regardless of people's culture, language, race differences in our society. Thank you.
TSG の皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは質問に移りたいと思います。審査員の皆さんいかがでしょうか。石田先生お願いします。
Thank you very much. I thought it was a very interesting project that you're working on, and I think it's very important. One question I have is using SNS and other kinds of media to consult on these issues is not an easy thing to do, is it? A lot of times when you have counselors and so forth, they go through some kind of a training before they actually proceed to do it in actual life. Is there anything that you are trying to do to prepare the people who are participating in this project to take on this job? Any training or any advice or whatnot?
First, we choose these apps because we think these apps like Gmail, they have the wide user of the customers, and I'm very sorry for that because we did not consider that if there are some people they don't know how to use these apps, and I think we need to think it more.
Okay, thank you.
ありがとうございます。安越先生お願いします。
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And in your presentation, you talked mainly about the system you'd like to make. And I'd like to know the examples of how you helped foreign students or foreign people in general, your experiences.
I'm sorry, could you please?
Okay, I'd like to know the example of how you helped foreign people from your experience.
Okay. Once a student, he said that she want to know some Japanese popular expression and some like buzzwords. So we matched Japanese volunteers to talk to him and let him know more about Japanese popular expression and also could practice his oral Japanese. And also, like, I could share my experience and told to the foreign student that don't be very worried about what you are facing now, because everyone when they move to another country, I know it's very difficult to adapt the life in there, and maybe they are facing a lot of problems like cultural shock and language barrier and mindset distinctions, but it's very common. This is not your problems. So just please trust yourself and like talk to the people. Try to talk to the people what you are worrying about, and that may be potentially alleviate their concerns and worries. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. Perhaps one more question? Maybe Steve?
Let's see. Well, I was listening to your presentation and I was listening to the content, and then I heard you say that you transferred to Japan from China. That really made me look at your experience a little bit differently because you've experienced something. I wonder, I'm sorry that the questions are only going to you. I would like to hear from your partner as well. What are the stages that people go through to adjust to Japan? Can you tell me some stages that happen? I'll give you an example. For example, some people feel there's a silent stage where you just listen. And then there's a stage where you start participating, or a stage where you start getting interested in pop culture, for example. Can you tell me just briefly some stages that either of you have noticed as people get adjusted to Japanese life in the high schools? Was that a difficult question? I'm sorry. But I'm really interested to know.
Feedback. I think we have a lot of activities in our school. Like, we have many exchange students from different countries in our school. So I think the teachers that they told us to have conversations with foreign students on initiative and try to listen to them and try to communicate with them more.
And how about your partner? Has your partner noticed any stages, any things that happen as people get adjusted? Anything else? Okay. All right.
Thank you
well,
very,
good
very
luck.
much.
It's a very interesting project, and people do need a place to communicate. So I think you're providing that, and that's a change. Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。TSG の皆さんでした。それでは次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは United World College Isaac Japan です。よろしくお願いします。
The relationship between Japan and South Korea is in danger. One day, I had an opportunity to discuss the conflict between Japan and Korea with one of my Korean classmates. It was a tough conversation. She told me that Japan has to apologize for the past incident during World War II. I said that Japan has already done a lot for its compensation, but she still insisted that Japan has to apologize, and I kept arguing against that. The discussion went parallel, and we forced to conclude without reaching a conclusion.
Which made us think, why do both Japanese and Koreans have so many different perspectives on history? There have been several efforts in trying to suppress this issue. However, both governments still struggle for an effective solution. We strongly believe that conflicts are simply inevitable. Whilst the Korean textbook has around 70 pages, on the contrary, the Japanese textbook covers less than half a page concerning the annexation of Korea, meaning that the Korean students will learn almost 140 times more than the Japanese students simply because of the difference in context. Also, I want you to think about how you've been learning history in your schools. Mostly memorization, right? Just grinding away to study for your tests? Well, let me tell you that history, only with memorization, becomes nothing more than revision for tests. An open discussion is key to learning history effectively. This is why we strongly believe that we are simply lacking a place to talk about history in a face-to-face situation, both in our school and in our society. We can't change the relationship between Korea and Japan unless we bridge this gap in knowledge between both Korea and Japan. A cross-cultural dialogue is the only solution here. This is why we launched an organization called KJYC, Korea Japan Youth Conference. In order to bridge that gap between Korea and Japan, we decided to create the first ever conference where junior and high school students come together, freely exchange ideas, and take action for the future of our countries.
The first step was to interview a researcher of Korean studies at the University of Tokyo. Talking with him, we realized that history could be subjective as countries often modify their records and create more convenient narratives for them. The discussion reminded us of the importance of cross-cultural dialogue to truly understand what was happening in our history and the danger of merely relying on the most accessible resources, like your friends and family surrounding you, but not in the opponent country.
After the interview, we recruited more members to include as diverse perspectives as possible. We now have a diverse team. We have members from Japan, Italy, Hong Kong, Armenia, Germany, South Africa, and of course, South Korea. With those various perspectives, we decided to hold a historical dialogue for Korean and Japanese students.
In October 2020, we launched our first dialogue for 35 Japanese and Korean high school students online. This session was the participants' first time learning how Korean-Japanese history is taught in each other's countries and engaging in difficult conversations with people from opposing countries. Although Korea-Japan relations are usually a taboo to talk about in Japan or Korea, it was not in this dialogue. We could share honest opinions with each other and learn a lot from each other. This was an excellent opportunity for us to think about history and what it really means to us. At school, history may merely be memorization to score well in the exams and to go to a good university. However, in this dialogue, history meant much more to us. It was the vivid story that creates each of our identities.
After the interview, we took a survey to measure the impact this program had on the participants. 100% of the participants gave positive comments on the dialogue. One of them said that it was a fantastic opportunity for them to talk about sensitive topics without having fear of being judged. As many expressed interest in continuing being involved in this program, we are preparing to host an offline program for Japanese and Korean students in Karizawa this summer. We are looking forward to continue expanding this program so more students in Japan and Korea could understand Korea-Japan history from a wider perspective.
In conclusion, in order to change the future of relations between Korea and Japan, the need of students with cross-cultural experience is vital. KJYC would like to contribute to this by creating more students who can bring an end to this everlasting feud. Thank you for your attention.
ありがとうございました。United World College Isaac Japan の皆さんでした。So now time for 3 questions from our judges. Yes, Coach Sensei, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And you talked mainly about what the students can do. And my question is, what do you think the Japanese government and Korean government can do to solve this issue?
Well, I would like to answer that question by simply saying that the Japanese government or the people working in the government don't feel a need to apologize because it's not something they've done. It's something past generations have done, right? So apologies, well, they don't want to apologize. So up until now, the Japanese government has been trying to settle this issue with large cash settlements. But what the Korean government really wants, or the Korean people want, is a sincere apology. A really sincere apology, and of course funding to make sure the traumatized victims of the World War can recover back to their full state in no time. So I think that's one valid solution.
So in your opinion, it's not about money, it's about the sentiment.
No, it's both, simply because Japan did cause financial damage to Korea by almost suppressing the whole socioeconomic situation there. But also it's about morality, it's about human emotions. It's not just about pay $100,000 and it's done. I think it's a combination, all of us agree that it's a combination of a sincere apology and enough cash to restore the relationship between both countries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another question? Please, Matt.
So, as you mentioned in your presentation, which was excellent, by the way, so thank you, you allude to Japan believing that they have already apologized. In fact, there are agreements in place between Japan and Korea that the Japanese government regularly relies on to say that this should not be a dispute. This is already something that has been completely addressed, and we just need to move on. What is your stance with respect to the agreements between Japan and Korea that already exist?
Okay, thank you for your question. My answer is that we do not have a single point of view on history, simply because that we don't have such things. In Korea, I think many people believe that Japan hasn't already done their apologies enough, but most Japanese people do. This gap is originated from the education system, and that's why we started this dialogue. From our perspective, we do not want to force a single point of view on history, but rather we want to promote dialogue so that we have mutual understanding between Korea and Japan. So that's my answer.
No, that's a great point. So how do you do that with the textbooks, right? Because you're doing a great job with students, but isn't the issue with the textbooks and maybe the teachers and trying to change the mindset there?
Sorry, if I could add on to that.
Oh, please do.
What's really, really tragic is we heard from some of the Korean participants that the textbook was refurbished, essentially, in the 1990s. And it's very, very, well, politically incorrect. It portrays Japan as the enemy. And so you asked the question of how do we change the textbooks, right? But it's simply an incredibly difficult task. It is going to take us time. But in the meantime, what we want to do is make sure we get to have as many participants from both Korea and Japan so we can slowly but gradually, change this generation's understanding of the situation.
Thank you.
Mr. Sensei, you have a question?
Okay, again, I congratulate you also on your wonderful presentation and the conference that you held. One question I have is, you had people from different parts of the world take part in the conference, right? So it wasn't simply a conference between Japanese and Korean students. Now, what kind of effect do you think having students from other parts of the world had on the results that you got from your conference?
So thank you for your question. And because if all the participants were consisted of only Korean and Japanese students, you might already can tell that
because each of our textbooks already contains so much bias that we will not be able to lead to really constructive discussions. But by being able to incorporate textbooks and different knowledge people learn in different countries like the United States, the UK, Armenia, or the other countries we mentioned, that we will be able to have more various perspectives on this Korean-Japanese relationship, so that we as Japanese or Korean students might be able to notice some facts or informations that not even ourselves have learned or have thought about. And I feel like that really international and really effective discussions can only happen by including as many international perspectives as possible.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very, very good step to take.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
United World College Isaac Japan の皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは次のプレゼンターに移りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは福井県立福井商業高等学校 KN3 の皆さんです。どうぞ。
Hello. We believe SNS should not be a weapon to hurt people. Today, we would like to talk about what we can do to break the cycle of cyberbullying.
First of all, do you know how much cyberbullying happens on SNS? According to a 2020 survey, there were about 180,000 cyberbullying incidents that occurred in Japanese schools that year.
Also, this number has more than doubled since 5 years ago. This shows that the situation is becoming increasingly serious. And in recent years, a number of students driven to suicide by bullying has exceeded 300. It is unacceptable that we have created a society where some students feel there are no option but to kill themselves because of cyberbullying.
We think what makes people act in especially cruel ways is anonymity. So we investigated by asking our classmates to complete the same survey in 2 different patterns.
The question was, is there anyone who you don't like in your class? First, we asked them to answer anonymously, and then a few days later, we asked them to answer the same question with their names.
Here's the results. The first is anonymous survey, and the second is normal survey. Obviously, more people answered yes in anonymous case. This is because it's easier to be bored when no one knows who is who.
What's worse, it's easy to copy messages and spread cyberbullying on SNS. And since smartphones can be used 24/7, once bullying starts spreading, it will only gain momentum. This is a vicious cycle of cyberbullying.
To find out more about the current situation, we conducted a survey of junior high school teachers, collecting information about their attitude toward cyberbullying. A total of 100 teachers from 3 junior high schools helped us with our project.
This survey yielded some interesting results. We introduced the 2 most striking findings.
The first question was, are you concerned that students at your school may be victims of cyberbullying? And here is the result. More than 3/4 of the teachers answered yes. From this, we can conclude that many teachers worried about the cyberbullying problem among their students.
The second important question was, would you be in favor of adding class that deal with digital literacy? We got amazing result. Look, almost all teachers responded that they were interested in this.
Based on the present situation and the results of the survey, we have come up with several proposals to address cyberbullying problems. We divided our recommendation into 2 parts. 1, what should school do? And 2, what we can do ourselves.
First, what schools do? They should add a new subject called information literacy to elementary school curriculum. The number of elementary or junior high school students who have cell phone is increasing. If they start to use SNS without knowing anything about them, it can easily lead to bullying.
To assess the appeal of this idea, we invited high school and university students from all over Japan to join us in an online video. Let's watch a short clip.
I could want others' opinion against bullying, so it is good opportunity for me, and I am ready to carry out the class of bullying in junior high school or elementary school, because children must know bullying more. It is so serious, so good discussion for me today. Yeah, thank you.
We received feedback and opinions from participants. Their responses were overwhelmingly positive. Some examples include: we had a meaningful discussion, and I was optimistic about anti-cyberbullying lessons, so I was glad to learn interesting facts and strategies.
Everyone had a good attitude toward the class and was supportive of the solution we proposed. As a result, we found that students need opportunities to learn about cyberbullying, and it is useful for people from all levels of education.
Our second proposal answered the question, what we can do ourselves. Our idea is to create a movement where anytime you see a bad message, you should put two good comments like, I'm on your side, or I don't think so. In this way, the good comment will always outweigh the bad.
It's important not to just stand by and watch cyberbullying, but to do something about it. Your two comments could save someone's life. What more reason do you need?
Cyberbullying is a common issue across generations. Everyone should take a look at themselves. You can help someone with the messages, but you can also hurt them with careless, thoughtless words.
I want you to think about whether you are doing the right thing as a human being before sending messages. Please be a change maker who can save someone on SNS. Thank you for watching.
懸垂の皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。審査員の皆さんに質問をお伺いしたいと思います。質問をお願いいたします。ジャイスコーチ先生、お願いします。
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is, do you think it is a good idea for the schools to allow students to use their smartphones in the school for their studies? Or does your school allow students to use your smartphones in the school?
Okay, thank you. In our school, the school didn't allow us to use the smartphone in our classes, but I think for some researching, we have to use the internet. So smartphone is not good, but something using not Pascal or some using tablets should be allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please, ma'am.
Thank you for your presentation, another very important topic. One of the debates that is happening right now as it relates to social media is if a social media account is abused, that user should be banned. In the United States, for instance, former President Trump is currently banned from Facebook, and he is banned from Twitter. My question is, to prevent cyberbullying, what do you think about social media accounts being banned when somebody is determined to be a cyberbully?
Okay, thank you. So Sorry, we couldn't catch your question, so could you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, let me go maskless. So for a cyber bully, what do you think about social media companies banning access or prohibiting the cyber bully from being on social media?
Okay, thank you. So the question was that social media companies are banning some accounts. So I think that the person who have been banned the account has before they are put some aggressive or incorrect information. So that is the right thing that the social media company are doing.
So why do you think that is the right thing for the social media company to do?
So like, for example, American President Trump have posted like the very aggressive message to his supporter, and that's affected his supporter to let them to attack the opposite side's people, Mr. Joe Biden. So yeah, that is not good.
Thank you.
どうもありがとうございます。One more question do you have? Yes, please.
KN3, great job. You did it very well. Just a very, very simple question. The cyberbullying in Japan's schools has been increased or stayed the same or decreased since COVID-19? Did you get what I was asking you?
We have no data, but I think cyberbullying is increasing because the time of using the internet is increasing, so the SM trouble will become increased.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
And I also think that by during the COVID-19, there have that produced some bias and prejudice among towards the Asian people. So yeah, that is one of serious problem right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. KN3 の皆さんどうもありがとうございました。
Thank you.
さて次のプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは広島女学院高校クリエイティブライフプロジェクトの皆さんです。どうぞ。少々お待ちください。ただいま技術的な問題が生じていますようで少しお待ちいただきます。次のプレゼンテーションは広島女学院高校クリエイティブライフプロジェクトになりますので少々お待ちください。現在ですね8組まで終了いたしました、チーム部門出場校についてもう一度おさらいしてまいりましょう。東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校、カリタス女子高等学校、武蔵野大学高等学校、江戸川学園砦高等学校、三田国際学園高等学校、育文館高等学校、ユナイテッドワールドカレッジアイザックジャパン、福井県立福井商業高等学校まで終了しております。残すはですねあと2組となっております。次のプレゼンテーションが用意できますでしょうか。はい、では広島女学院高校クリエイティブライフプロジェクトの皆さんです。どうぞ。
who are these children? They are children in Nepal. They have beautiful smiles, but their future courses might be very different.
Children in cities have access to a better education and can choose their dream jobs. However, children in rural areas suffer from poverty and early forced marriage. They cannot choose their future goals. Unfortunately, some children and parents don't know that education gives us not only knowledge, but dreams, free choices, and human rights. Of course, we need subjects such as math and science, and they are important in our daily lives. But all children need dreams, free choices, and human rights in their toolkit too. These tools can give them the power to take the first steps to living their dreams. Everyone must understand that education gives us not only academic knowledge, but these tools too. We began thinking about this issue after visiting Myanmar and Nepal. When I went to Myanmar, I went to an elementary school for poor children in a rural area. I asked the children there, "Which do you want, snacks or notebooks?" They all said, "Notebook."
When I went to Nepal and learned, most God gave us to 3 children at our age.
After we discussed these experiences and did a lot more research, we were shocked to realize that these children don't have the academic resources to do more than just read. We realized that they need more tools to build brighter futures. Then we did more research.
In Nepal, 80% of children get elementary education, but only 45% pursue higher level education, hoping to prevent early marriage, poverty, child labor, war, neglect, and conflict. We decided to raise the awareness. Why it is necessary to raise awareness? These days, globalization gives us benefits and problems. When we learn about different peoples and express culture shock, ignorance can lead to hating differences. Education can give us a tool to accept differences with respect, so we can all cooperate to create a better world. We believe the 5 E's: environment, expression, experiences, esteem, and education can empower all children to build their future. In a safe environment, we can raise our self-esteem and express ourselves. A wide range of education and experiences let us expand our horizons, learn from differences, and design our future.
Our first step to making the 5 E's a reality was to set up the Edify and Creative Life project to support Nepalese children who live in an orphanage called Women and Children's Service Center Nepal. We decided on 3 activities to start. First, we made lecture videos to expand their horizons. The themes include multicultural exchange, nutrition, environmental issues, peace, and gender. Second, we can help them to make photo albums. We must send them cameras to record their memories and growth. When people feel seen, they can develop better self-esteem.
Third, send the children clothes and toys. We asked the kindergarten in Hiroshima to donate things. We collected 500 pieces of clothing. Through these activities, we learned a lot. At first, we said, "Please donate any toys and clothes for children in Nepal." But the teacher said, "Shall we give them what we don't need?" We are ashamed to realize how arrogant we were. So we named our donate drives Dozo, meaning please share your precious thing with friends in Nepal. We also learned that we should not only temporarily support,
but a sustainable one. We must not justify our values, but listen to them.
COVID-19 has kept us from sending them things. We send photos of destinations. They looked at them with great interest. We cannot wait to see their shining smiles. What can we know about our children just by looking at them? We hope to help build true international support for all children, especially those who have no opportunities to receive education, who have become invisible without leaving anyone behind. When all children are fully empowered to realize their dreams, we can all smile into the future. This is our SDGs activity. Let's empower children to realize their dreams. Thank you for listening.
クリエイティブライフプロジェクトの皆さんありがとうございました。それでは questions from our judges now, please. Anybody? Yes, Coach Sensei, please. Thank you.
Okay, you talked about the importance of education, and you talked about the education in other countries mainly. But what do you think are the problems that we have here in Japan about education?
Oh, yes. In Japan, almost all students can get elementary education, but some of them can't go to school because by cyberbullying like that. So the school and we should more provide the opportunity to get education for all of the children in Japan. Yeah.
What do you think the government should be doing to address the issue? The government on a large scale.
Yeah. Oh, yes. The government should. Yes. Government should more the better education environment. So like more students can go to easier. So not only just education such as the subject science and math like that. So but not only that, they should provide the opportunity to learn the tool and knowledge. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. One more question. Yes, Steve, please.
Yes, hi. Hello, ladies.
Yes, hello.
I see you in a room with some sunshine behind you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. It was like a piece of sunshine for us. Thank you.
Yeah.
It really was. You've been to Nepal. You've been to
Yeah.
Myanmar. You've seen it with your own eyes.
Yeah. Yes.
Wow. Tell me a little bit about that experience.
Okay. Yes.
I went to Nepal I went to Myanmar when I was ninth grade. I went to two elementary schools, the city elementary schools and local. I went to two elementary schools. One of them is in the city, and one of them is city, and one of them is rural areas. And they both of them want to run, but the children in rural areas can't have the environment, studying environment. So I want to take them environment. They can study.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I went to the Nepal as a volunteer. So I saw the children and met the children, and I was surprised. There is the early marriage, and at that time I was interested in the early marriage in Nepal. So after that I researched about that, and yes, and there I worked with local staff to rebuild the school and do presentation about Hiroshima of peace studies of Hiroshima, and about introduce about the Japanese culture, Japanese culture, and like that.
I see.
Yes.
Well, thank you. Speaking of Japanese culture, I thought it was very interesting that you said that some people in Japan would be ashamed to send the things that they don't need, like ohazgashi, right?
Yeah.
So I hope you can continue shining a light on what people in Japan think about this issue as well. Well done.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございます。クリエイティブライフプロジェクトの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。それではいよいよ最後のプレゼンターです。次のプレゼンターは山口県立大津緑陽高等学校の皆さんです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Thomas Edison invented electric light bulb, and Isaac Newton discovered the law of universal gravitation, and our team made a small Earth.
Currently, the world has serious crises such as the reduction of cuttlefish. Tackling the problems will solve food shortage and preserve resources with realizing goals 2 and 14 of SDGs. That is why we thought we need an anywhere learning farming system. However, this field has few success stories. So, we started this adventure from zero.
To make a good start, we visited Professor Yamamoto Yoshihisa at Fisheries University, one of Japan's agricultural leaders. He told us 3 problems and the prospect of a learning farming system.
Problem 1, cutting the cost of filtration. To solve this, we built aquaponics. Aquaponics is a system that integrates farming and hydroponic agriculture.
Now, let us explain how aquaponics keeps the water clean with our handmade kamishibai, where feed and fish eggs create a change to ammonium ion in water.
However, the increase of ammonium ion has bad effects on fish. If the concentration exceeds a certain level, fish die soon. So it is necessary to keep water in the aquarium clean. But that is very difficult. Usually, people use machines to eliminate them. That means they have to use a lot of money and electricity. So, changes were made by our system of our aquaponics.
The bacteria decomposes into nitrite ion and into nitrate ion. The other products from this decomposition, such as hydrogen ion and water, are safe for fish.
Bacteria and roots of plants absorb the ion and keep the water clean. In other words, fish excreta are fertilizer for plants. The substances that are so harmful are actually nutrition for others. We did not use an expensive machine. We create a cycle referring to the law of nature.
So this is our system, using aquaponics with law of nature. We realize the cost reduction of filtration, and this circulation can be called a small Earth. Problem 2. Cooling water down. We cooperated with Professor Yamamoto Masayoshi at Tsunaga University and made an original aquarium without electricity based on automobile engineering. We gained 25 high school members and carried out our project in person and on the internet. We made a change from expensive conventional refrigeration to the low-cost one that keeps water cold by shutting off the heat.
Problem 3. Bringing up human resources. Last summer, we gathered 20 local elementary school children and held an event. With our aquaponics, we told them aquaponics would solve the food crisis from the environmental problems. We told them how important SDGs are, how interesting doing research is, and how much hope we had. In the questionnaire after the event, many of them said, I was surprised there was cutting-edge research in your city, and I want to join this when I am a high school student. We're sure that more people will be conscious about and realize the SDGs.
By solving the three problems, we created an ideal landing farming system, which has 4 advances and will let us achieve goals 2 and 14 of SDGs. 1. Sustainable catch of fish. 2. Easy and reasonable manufacturing process. 3. Wherever we want. And 4. Eco-friendly. In addition, we realized other goals can be achieved. One is goal 13. In a natural disaster with climate problems, all countries can get the recovering power from food safety. Another is goal 12. When Japan brings this to the world, we can form more sustainable production, and Japan can develop the strength of scientific or technical capability. Professor Yamamoto mentioned.
植物、動物、魚でそうしたバクテリア、そういったものが全て凝集したような形の一つの地球の縮図、いわゆる相似形の形です。
Aquaponics is so important for whole creature on Earth.
Our small earth hooks the large earth. Our next aim is to change our idea into a venture capital company which will spread through the world. There are the solid basis from the cooperation with professors, local companies, the accumulation for 3 years in our research. Then, with multiplying our ideas, we could proceed with the project that will make a good effect on the earth. Our research makes the world change. Thank you.
大津緑葉の皆様ありがとうございました。So now come to our question time. The judges, please. Yoshida-sensei, maybe you have a question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. One thing that I'd like you to ask is, what was the starting point where you became interested in this kind of a project? How did you get interested in this?
Thank you for your question. Because aquaponics can be used anywhere around the world, anytime, as a with safety and security as an eco-friendly system. At first, we started this project for the creation of local areas, and our hometown Nagato is surrounded sea and forest, and primary industry is an important role. Then we focus on cultivation industry, especially aquaponics. As I said, aquaponics has a lot of advantages, like we can use anywhere around the world, anytime, with safety and security and eco-friendly. So we started this project.
Okay, thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。つばやさん、did you have a question there?
I was just going to ask you that if their school is close to the ocean forest, but she already mentioned.
Right.
Yeah. So good luck with establishing a new company. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Steve, you have a question too?
Sure. Do you have time?
Yes.
Oh,
one
good.
more.
Good. Well, you have done something that successful people do. They stand on the shoulders of giants. Yamamoto Sensei is a giant, and you are a young generation standing on his shoulders. That's what I hope more people will do, because in this internet age, the ideas are out there. I see you all standing there, and I'd like you to tell me about your relationship and how you found the ideas and theories of Yamamoto Sensei. Can you share that with me?
I'm sorry, but could you say it again, please?
Certainly. Would you like the long question or the short question? I'm just kidding. Tell me about how you found Yamamoto Sensei and your relationship with Yamamoto Sensei. Did you perhaps find him just on the internet? Did you have a chance to talk to him? And what made you interested in looking for him?
Thank you for the question. We knew them from our high school teachers. One of the Professor Yamamoto at Fisheries University is an expert of Fisheries University and Professor Yamamoto at Nagoya University is an expert of automobile engineering. Both of them connected our system, our developing of our system. We have a strong connection with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 大津緑葉の皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。以上で全てのプレゼンターの発表が終了いたしました。これより審査員による審査を行います。その間、配信の方は一旦休憩時間とさせていただきます。15時30分、午後3時30分より結果発表を始めさせていただきます。どうぞ最後までお付き合いくださいませ。
from the account vehicles.
As you can see,
Public sector, significant.
It may seem like a disease at the first glance, but it is not recognized as a disease at present. You visit children period to not visit.
So our poster is about sex education in Vietnam, and we bring up a lot of information about like how was it remain over 20 years, and there's the really emergency problems in my country.
To the quality of life of Vietnam or the Department of Education in Vietnam specifically.
模型を作ったり、回転数を計測したりするその実験はもちろん大変だったんですけども、自分のやってることを信じて続けていくこと、それが一番難しかったと思います。
We have a really great time here. We find friends. We create the friendship between other many countries like Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan, and many kind of things. And we also have the chance to share our project to the judge, to our friends, and also sharing the information between the global issue and science.
Hi, I must say it has been a very successful competition globally.
Without these four things, everything on top would qualify.
Global Link's an amazing opportunity where students from overseas countries and domestic areas come together to discuss ways to improve the world.
グローバルリンクの目的は英語のプレゼンテーションを通じて、お互いの理解を高めて、コミュニケーション能力を高めて世界の未来を一緒に作っていくということを目的にしています。
It's important to talk about the environment because there's a lot of issues that not many people know about.
I can talk to students from other countries and communicating with them is very fun.
It's really important to learn about things that are going on in our lives. Even though we're not adults yet, we soon are going to be the adults of the world.
Well, it's an honour for Tangalooma to have our domestic and international students here over the next couple of days to participate in Global Link.
It's great to see
what we consider not only environmentally aware students, but our next generation of environmental leaders.
Thanks for all involved in this event, for the students and the teachers from Australia, China, and Japan.
Tangalooma is a really good place to hold Global Link because it's right next to a capital city, it's very easy to get to, and it has a reputation worldwide as an amazing destination to come to when you want to see a pristine environment and a well-managed resort.
検知効果という言葉があるんですけれども、教室の中だけでは生まれてこない、表現力だとかアイデアだとか場所を移してっていうところでさらに言っちゃうとこういうリゾートというか、島で行うことによる効果というのはすごく期待しています。
Global Link has been a huge success in Singapore and it's reached the point now where it's overbooked, and so we are seen as being the second version of what has been a great success in Singapore.
Each year we host over 20,000 international and domestic students on our student programs. Global Link's an extension of that. It's fantastic for cultural exchange of these students, and also it enables us to learn what are other schools and countries teaching.
Tangalooma is a very beautiful place, and there are very beautiful seas, and there are very beautiful trees and skies. This is the very good point when we make presentation in Tangalooma.
There's such a vast variety of marine life here that we can learn about, as well as it's a lovely place to connect with the nature.
I really enjoyed dolphin feeding. Oh, my penis!
I'm addicted to sandboarding.
We're meeting other people who are kind of the same as us. We all care about the environment, and I think that's pretty cool.
Global Link is a venue for international and domestic discussion. The students coming through are going to be the leaders of many countries worldwide in the future.
日本でもソサイティ 5.0 を目指した社会づくりというところも国全体の課題となっていますので、若い人たちにじゃあどうしていけばいいのっていうような場を設けていこうと、その意思として会社で培っているものであります。
そうですね、今回クイーンズランドでの大会に出て本当に環境について研究している人は来ることをお勧めします。本当にここもすごく海もありますし自然もあり、あと砂漠とかもありまして、すごい自然豊かで環境面でもすごく考えられるようなツアーにもなりましたし、大会自体も SDGs の14番15番にフォーカスした環境メインでのことになりますので、環境をテーマに研究している人は本当に来た方がいいと思います。
We had fun because we met new people from different countries that we didn't know before.
I learned and I can make our earth more beautiful.
グローバルリンクに参加することで、いろんなこの美しい景色を見ながら海外との生徒と実際に交流ができて、実際に彼らからすごくいろんな刺激をもらうこともできたので、国際的な国際力みたいなのを得る点ですごくいい経験になったなと思っています。なので、もしそういった海外の人たちと会って喋ってみたいという方にはぜひこのグローバルリンクに参加したらいいのかなと思います。
続きましてはチーム部門の銅賞3組を発表させていただきます。チーム部門銅賞受賞校はチーム部門銅賞は三田国際学園高等学校コポストの皆さん、広島女学院高校クリエイティブライフプロジェクトの皆さん、そして福井県立福井商業高等学校 KN3 の皆さんです。おめでとうございます。それでは 主催団体である一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事辻村直也より賞状を読み上げさせていただきます。
表彰状、同賞。あなたは第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。おめでとうございます。
どうもありがとうございます。受賞された同賞の皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。それでは次の発表に参りたいと思います。まずは個人部門の銀賞2組を発表いたします。個人部門の銀賞2組は、京都市立紫野高等学校大阪博人さん、栃木県立矢板東高等学校小野萌奈さんです。おめでとうございます。銀賞では1人当たり30万円分の学習支援の機会が贈られます。皆様改めまして大きな拍手をお送りください。本当におめでとうございます。小野さん、そして大阪さん、おめでとうございます。チーム部門銀賞2組を発表いたしますので、準備が整い次第お伝えしたいと思います。少々お待ちください。ワクワクいたしますね。はい、それではチーム部門の銀賞2組の発表となります。チーム部門銀賞受賞校は、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校 KMA の皆さん、そして育文館高等学校 TSG の2校です。皆さん本当におめでとうございます。ここで一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事辻村直也より賞状を読み上げさせていただきます。お願いします。
表彰状、銀賞。あなたは第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。おめでとうございます。
銀賞おめでとうございます。さて続きましては企業賞の発表に移りたいと思います。まずは株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞のご紹介と発表をお願いいたします。株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局局長及川様よりお願いいたします。
はい、皆さん、多彩なプレゼンテーション本当に、ありがとうございました。そしてお疲れ様でした。私たちから、グローバルリンクこちらにご招待ということで、賞を設けさせていただいております。本当は全員ですね、まとめてお連れしたいところなんですけども、1チームということになりますのでご了承ください。今スライドに提示してありますけれども、グローバルリンクシンガポール、こちら2014年から開催をしているコンテストイベントになっています。中高生の皆さんが自分の課題研究の成果とか、あとはアイデア、これを英語でプレゼンテーションして、同じ同世代のアジアの子たちとディスカッションをする、そんな知の交流の場というところで捉えていただければと思います。私が言葉で説明するよりも、2019年のコンテストイベントの内容をダイジェストでお届けいたしますので、ちょっとこちらの動画をご覧ください。 ということでですね、こちらのグローバルリンクシンガポール1チーム、全員をご招待ということで賞を設けさせていただきました。参加カテゴリーは、途中ありましたけどブースオーラルセッションという部門になります。ただですね、社会情勢によって2021年度の開催時期ですとか、形態、これちょっとまだ未定のところがございますので、改めて事務局からご連絡いたします。それではグローバルリンク賞の発表に移らさせていただきます。グローバルリンク賞受賞チームはカリタス女子高等学校ティームマックスの皆様です。おめでとうございます。コングラチュレーション。表彰状グローバルリンク賞カリタス女子高等学校チームマックス様との、あなたは第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいてその深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。よってここにグローバルリンク賞を贈り表彰いたします。グローバルリンクシンガポールでのさらなるご活躍を期待しております。2021年2月28日株式会社 JTB グローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長及川秀明、おめでとうございます。
ティームマックスの皆様、おめでとうございます。代表してお一人感想を聞かせてください。
このような賞をいただけて本当に嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
本当におめでとうございます。ティームマックスの皆様でした。さて、続きましてもう一つの企業賞に参りたいと思います。株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版より The Japan Times Alpha 賞のご紹介と発表をお願いいたします。ご準備よろしいでしょうか。ジャパンタイムズ編集長高橋様、お願いいたします。
はい、皆さん、発表お疲れ様でした。ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長の、高橋です。非常にですね、レベルの高い戦いで、我々審査員もですね、本当に楽しく、ジャッジさせていただきました。やっぱり以前と違ってですね、簡単に海外に行くっていうのが難しくなってきまして、そういった理由から少し世の中全体的に英語学習へのねモチベーションがちょっと下がりがちかなと、そういったことを私感じておりましたけれども、今回こういったですね、素晴らしい大会が開かれまして、皆さん改めてですね英語としっかり向き合うと、そういったいい機会になったんではないかと思います。で、弊社ジャパンタイムズアルファはですね、英語学習に特化した英字新聞でして、新聞ということでですね、こちらの賞の基準としましては、皆さんがですねいかに世の中のいろんな問題に対して問題意識を持っているか、またですねいかにこの鋭い視点でその問題に対する解決方法、そういったものを考えていらっしゃるかと、そういった観点でですねお一人ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を選ばせていただきました。それでは賞の発表に参りましょう。はい、届きましたね。はい、ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞されたのは吉祥女子中学高等学校の小針ひよさんです。おめでとうございます。で、先ほど私は問題意識という話しましたけれども、本当に皆さん差がなかったんですよ。皆さん本当にね鋭い問題意識を全ての方がお持ちだったんですけれども、特に小針さんはですね障害者の就労であるとか雇用、そういった問題をまさに自分事として捉えていて、しっかりとですね解決策を考えると、そういったね情熱が伝わってきましたので、今回選ばせていただきました。では表彰状をお読みいたしましょう。ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞吉祥女子中学高等学校小針ひよ殿、あなたは第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいてその深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めたことを表彰いたします。合わせて ジャパンタイムズアルファ新聞の1年間無料購読および所属学校単位で利用できるデジタルビューアーの ID とパスワード1年分こちらを送らせていただきます。兵士を読んでですねさらに社会に対する問題意識をね高めていただければと思います。本当におめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
小針さん、おめでとうございます。今のお気持ち聞かせてください。
このコンテストをきっかけにとても貴重な機会を、もらって本当にいい学びになりました。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございます。企業賞をお伝えいたしました。さて、いよいよ金賞の発表に移らせていただきたいと思います。金賞は個人1組、チーム1組の発表となります。入賞者には1人当たりなんと50万円分の学習支援の機会が贈られます。全参加校の中から見事金賞に選ばれました学校は個人部門足立学園高等学校八幡幸喜さん、そしてチーム部門ではユナイテッドワールドカレッジアイザックジャパンの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。おめでとうございます。一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事辻村直也より賞状を読み上げさせていただきます。お願いします。
表彰状金賞。あなたは第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいてその深い探究心と英語表現力で当初の大変優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたとえここに表します。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。本当に八幡さん、ユナイテッドワールドカレッジジャパンの皆さん、おめでとうございます。まず八幡さん、今のお気持ち、お聞かせください。
自分の探究の熱意を皆様に伝えることができて大変光栄です。この賞をいただきありがとうございました。
おめでとうございます。UWC アイザックジャパンの皆さん、代表でお一方感想を聞かせてください。
はい、今回コロナ禍の中、探究がうまくいかなかったことがたくさんありました。でもその中でいろいろな人に支えていただいてここまで来ることができたので、まずはその方たちに感謝の意を表したいと思います。ありがとうございました。そしてこれからもそのチェンジメーカーとなるべく頑張っていきますので、ぜひ応援をよろしくお願いします。
金賞受賞の皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。そして参加された皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。さて、ここでですね、審査委員長を務められます上智大学特別招聘教授、言語教育研究センター長の吉田健作様より2021年第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズの公表をお願いいたします。ご準備よろしいでしょうか。お願いいたします。
はい、どうも本当に皆さんおめでとうございました。500何十という組の中から皆さん最後に、ここにですね、お集まりいただいて勝ち抜いて、ここまで来られたっていうのは皆さん本当に素晴らしい成果を上げられたと思います。で特にまた今日こういう今年はですね、去年はこんなことじゃなかったんですけども、コロナ禍において本当に限られた時間だとか、あるいはいろんな設備だとか、そういう中でですね、これだけ皆さんが本当に素晴らしい発表をしてくださったっていうのは本当に感激しています。英語だけの問題じゃなくて内容が非常に楽しい、面白い、また本当に将来楽しみだな、皆さんが本当に単なる日本だけじゃなくて本当にチェンジメーカーとして世界を変えていけるんじゃないかなっていう、そういう確信を私たち持てたっていうような気がします。これからの若い人たちが本当に日本をまた世界を変えていける、 そのきっかけっていうものを皆さんがここで一つ経験をしですね、でこれをベースにどんどん自分たちが本当にやっていきたいことを推進してどんどんやっていっていただく、そして世の中をより良い世の中にしていけるように努力していっていただきたいなと思います。本当に内容も英語も素晴らしい、そして皆さん個人個人素晴らしい大人となってこれからの世界をリードしていっていただきたいと思います。本当に今日は皆さん本当におめでとうございました。
吉田先生、どうもありがとうございました。それでは最後に一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会斉藤聡理事より今年の第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズ閉会のご挨拶をいたします。
はい、斉藤でございます。本日は皆様どうもお疲れ様でした。まず入賞者の皆様本当におめでとうございます。皆さんがですねよく調べ、よく準備し、よく練習してきたことが本当よく伝わってきました。ですね、皆さんの、発表がですね、本当に我々の心にも響いてまいりました。ぜひですね、皆さんの、熱意とそれから信念と情熱を持ってですね未来を切り開き、課題を解決し、そしてより良い世界をですね作っていただきたいというふうに思っています。それからあと入賞は逃しましたけれども、他の参加いただいた方々本当にご苦労様でした。皆さんのですね、メッセージは我々大人だけではなくてですね、次の世代の方々をインスパイアし、後に続く方々がですねやっぱり同じようなチャレンジをきっとしていくんだと思います。皆さん本当にチェンジメーカーだというふうに思っておりますので、ぜひこれからもですね頑張っていただきたいと思います。それからですね、今回の出場者を支えていただきました先生方、それから保護者の方々、本当にご苦労様でした。いろいろ制約がある中でですね、大変だったかと思うんですけれども、皆さんの生徒さん、お子さん、素晴らしいパフォーマンスを披露してくれたと思います。ぜひですね、大いに褒めたたえ、誇りに思っていただきたいなというふうに思います。それからですね、吉田先生をはじめとして、審査員の皆様方、本当にどうも今日は、お疲れ様でした。中学生、高校生にとってですね、先生方のような方々にお話を聞いていただき、優しいコメントとちょっと厳しい質問をですねしていただくっていうのはですね、とても本当に心強く勇気づけられることだと思います。ぜひですね、こういった高校生、中学生の挑戦をですね今後とも支えていただけたらというふうに思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。それから司会の青谷さん、本当にどうもありがとうございました。いろいろとハプニングもあったんですけど、何もなかったかのようにリカバリーをしていただきですね、かつ待ち時間の間にも素晴らしい話題を振っていただいて、雰囲気を和ませていただきましてお礼申し上げます。そして最後にですね、JTB さん、それからジャパンタイムズさんをはじめとして、会員企業の皆様、そして事務局の方々、会場のですねセットアップをしていただいた方々、すべての方々にですね、お礼申し上げたいと思います。おかげさまでですね、大変素晴らしい会となりました。この会にですね、携わっていただいた方、すべての方々にお礼を申し上げて、閉会の挨拶をさせていただきます。どうもありがとうございました。
斉藤様、どうもありがとうございました。はい、大変名残惜しいのですが、以上をもちまして第3回チェンジメーカーアワーズを終了とさせていただきます。